Plus TV News spoke with some of the beneficiaries.
It was something that we saw that will be of benefit to drivers, especially to alleviate the challenges and the burdens that drivers have in terms of owning their cars.
The Modern Ride Service is one of the state government's socio-economic intervention programs. The government promised to get it professionally managed in line with global best practices. Sort your waste and get reduction in waste bill. That's a message from the Managing Director, CEO of Lagos Waste Management Authority, LOMA, Mr. Ibrahim Odumboni, to Lagosians. Odumboni said residents who comply would get reduction in waste bills and increase for those who don't. He added that LOMA was engaging recycling as a veritable tool to tackle the challenge of plastic pollution, as the state generated about 13,000 metric tons of waste daily, with plastic materials constituting 17%. Joining me shortly is the Managing Director, CEO of Lagos Waste Management Authority, LOMA, Mr. Ibrahim Odumboni, for more insight into how LOMA is complementing the Governor Sanwo-Olu's themes, agenda, and a dream of a smart megacity. Thus, after this break, please stay with us.
In terms of waste management, there are various chains in the various steps in the value chain of waste management that we need to ensure that a lot of cares are taken about, from point of generation, sorting your waste from source, containerization, collection, disposal and treatment, and also maybe waste to energy and waste to wealth. We need to ensure that that chain all connects very well. And part of the way we want to connect is to encourage this operation from source, so that the end value will be there for everyone to see. Also, if you look at it, if we continue to sort our waste from source, we can tackle things like pollution, plastic pollution, and waste pollution in a couple of areas across the states. So if we look at Lagos, has about 25 million plus people living in there, knowing fully well that each and every one of us will generate about 176 single bottle a year. And with that in mind, we have about 4 billion bottles generated annually. So if those 4 billion that has been generated annually are not captured or taken back to produce new ones, does that really mean that over the next 10 years we're going to do 40 billion bottles? What about the previous 40 billion bottles that we have? So we can't continue in that vein. We need to change the way we live. We need to modernize. We are an emerging economy in Lagos, and I know that we are a pace setter for other states in Nigeria. So talking to our people to ensure that they separate their entire waste from source is going to be a massive push towards achieving a smarter city and the team's agenda. So for us, we cannot continue to depend on the landfill structure where everything goes to the landfill. We should be able to extract all the usable resources from our waste before we consider landfill as an option. And I know that there will be a point from our plan over the next 10 years to ensure that we achieve a zero waste in Lagos as an emerging economy in Africa and as a pace setter for other states and other countries around us as well. And for our household, the reason why we initiated that from the 1st of April, all residential estates and companies or private organizations should start is because before we roll it out to everyone across the state, we believe those are organized environments where it's controllable and achievements are measurable as well. And we've also seen that a lot of these our communities, since the introduction of Waste Blue Box scheme, which gave back to Lagos Recycle, was initiated on the 5th of September 2019. We've seen a couple of estates start doing one form or the other of recycling. But now we're formalizing it. We're encouraging them to ensure that the waste are not commingled. We're also encouraging them to use a two-bin system where there's a general waste and there's a recyclable waste. And we want to ensure that all our recyclables are also used to generate jobs. A lot of jobs have been generated from recycling over the last 24 months. Over 6,000 jobs and counting. And we believe that there will be effects on our lagoons and shorelines and our drainages. There will be a time where you won't be able to see any single bottle in our drainages, in our canal, and water could flow easily. And all the marine habitats we have the freedom to develop without having to be also accommodating plastics or floatables among them. Paying for waste management is sacrosanct. It's not free, because the people that are running are the people that are going for you, catering for your domestic waste all across. LOMA, as an agency and Lagos State, we cater for the public spaces, and we regulate all the private businesses or private residential properties that they service. But these businesses are there they are there as a business that we are building to grow. We don't want any of them to be a going concern. So if people are resisting to pay to them, it's basically you're denying them the opportunity to be able to transact. And I want to also state that we have a enforcement and monitoring team that ensure that when we have cases like that, our what do people call wulis, our health officers are there to support the CDAs, the CDCs, to be able to tackle or mitigate against any or discuss and manage the situation when we have any tenement or any household that's having the issue of waste management. And in situations whereby it's gone beyond management, then we have a legal system that backs that. So the legislative arm of Lagos State also backs us over 28 magistrate courts. There's no room for ignorance. There's no room for excuses. We've now gone all the way. We created LOMA Academy to be able to educate people and create awareness. All our public primary schools in Lagos, through the support with SUBEB and Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, we've been able to educate them on waste management. And they are going to be our ambassadors, our advocates for the parents that they are under, to be able to ensure that we try and change from bottom up, while we continue to use publicity, media outreach, like this conversation, to let our adults understand and also remind them of their responsibility. But all in all, there's no excuse for ignorance in waste management. We do a lot of things across stream, and it's always out there, and that's why we highlight it for all stakeholders or all interested parties to be able to understand where we are and where we stand at this point in time. We've been very innovative, and we've been very proactive about the way we approach waste management in Lagos over the last 2 years, by showcasing ourselves and ensuring that a lot of ways we're communicating to people with what we're doing. So we have our social media handles, our website, our app, and also we collaborate with other agencies to make sure that our message are passed across. There is no day that you will not hear about LOMA, either in the news, or you see us, or with our PSPs, or with our sweepers that are on the road. But the key thing that I must stress out there is waste management goes beyond collection and dumping of waste. The only part of it that we need to all work on, which is me, you, and all our listeners out there, is the attitudinal change. You can deploy the entire trucks in the whole world to Lagos to manage waste. But if we don't change our attitude, if we don't start doing the right thing the first time, if we don't start doing what we know that is proper, if we don't start following what the law says, if we don't start looking after ourselves, if we don't start changing our attitude to what a cleaner environment is, we all know this. We all know the benefit of a tidy environment. We all know the benefit of what clean environment brings to in terms of health. We all know all these things. So, but why are we still doing the wrong thing? So that's why we continue to advocate. You see, LOMA, we've started going across all the LCDA this year. We've been to 18 LCDAs out of the LCD and LGA out of the 57, and we'll continue and ensure that all that is completed before the first week of June. And what do we do there? We go there, we sensitize them across the chain of waste management, from collection, generation, separation, containerization, recycling, treatment, and also the loads of achievements that we made. One of the major ones is, you look at COVID-19. Without LOMA, where do you think we'll be with COVID-19? Lagos as a very popular populated state. What do you think we'll be with COVID-19? With a small landmass, all surrounded by water, everybody conjugating as one. What impact? What role do you think LOMA played? So for people out there, a lot of people out there understand that we played a vital role to support our governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, ensuring that COVID-19 was mitigate again the risk of COVID-19. We started reintegrating all our medical waste during the period of COVID-19 till date. So we take all the medical waste all across the state and ensure that they are all incinerated. We moved away from traditional treatment of medical waste. We also ensure that we have a dedicated team that are trained and specialists in this. And by doing so, we're able to reduce all the risk across. We've also used that to develop and automate our system in terms of management of waste. We've looked at the need for us to regionalize our operations. So we divide our operation into 5 different districts, and then we manage from there. So if you tell me now what's going on in Ekpe or Badagry, with a click of a finger, I can tell you exactly what's there because I have Loma operatives there. So we've done a lot across. We've reformed some of our legacy programs, like the sweeping program is all being reformed. Our engineering team is now functioning as a solely made in Nigeria engineering team. We make our bins ourselves, we design our trucks ourselves, we assemble our truck ourselves, we fix our truck ourselves, we're making things ourselves rather than buying and maintaining. So a lot of changes across. But for us, I think one of the reflections that we have in waste management is we have a lot of, Lagos has a very big advantage over every other state in Nigeria in terms of waste management, in terms of the fact that the human capital and the stakeholder around it are very knowledgeable and passionate about it. Starting from the governor, he understands it very well and he provides a lot of mentorship and leadership and coaching for us on waste management. So it's given. We have a governor that waste management is given to. Then I have a lot of management team or senior executive team in Loma, and even all the junior staff in here. We are all very scientific about everything we do. And sustainability is very key to us. So a lot of things I've known, a lot of things I've learned, a lot of things I'm learning. There's no end time to learning in waste management. And all these people that have been in this practical over the years are now having the benefit of having someone from the economic side of things, from the technical side, coming in to inject a lot of sustainability into what we're doing. So I really appreciate the opportunity this gives. But for Lagosians, it just basically demonstrates what the future holds for us. Waste management is never going to be the same. Every year, year in, year out, there will be changes that we are making for a better living for Lagos as a whole. I'm very confident that by the end of this year, we have an MOU in place for our first energy facility in Lagos. But I must state that in Lagos, the energy facility that we're going to have in Lagos, we will try and find the best sustainable at a very affordable cost and also strategically placed for the states. We're also going to look at what fits. We are not going to use one size fits all, but we're going to choose the best proponents, the most active proponents, and the more realistic proponents to be able to deliver that to us. We've reached a time whereby 100% of what we have in waste can be put to use. And in putting that to use, it is very important that we understand what our future goals are. Our future goal for waste management is to have an energy plant in Lagos, which is our immediate goal in this year. And then to ensure that over the next 3 or 4 years, we start to help to solve some of the energy problems that we have in entirety across the states. And in 10 years' time, we should be able to have replicated what we've done across certain parts of Nigeria and look at movable energy. If you look at the team's agenda, one of the key agencies that was mentioned in the team's agenda, if you really digest it, is Loma. Loma was mentioned as an agency on the team's agenda when looking at the health and environment. And it shows the importance of what we do here to every part of the agenda. And I believe that with the structure the team's agenda creates and the interlink that Loma has with other agendas, we are on course to ensure that a successful delivery is given to all the ultimate goals of the agenda. And I can well assure you that we're given the opportunity to innovate, develop, evolve, be dynamic, and challenge the norm in Loma. And that's why we are here where we are now. On a daily basis, we challenge the norm. We go to look at status quo. What do we need to change there? What do we need to improve? If it's not broken, sometimes we leave it. But if it needs to be fixed, we go all out and find out the root cause and how can we make sure that the changes that we are making is sustainable. And I can tell you out there, part of the smart city agenda and the team's agenda is to ensure that we're not just doing it and it's just not coming from somebody's head or somebody's thought or somebody's ideology. We are now professionalizing what we're doing. So I'm happy to tell you that even all my management team and my junior management team will be proceeding on a sustainability and circular economic training for them to be certified as waste manager for the state. And what that does is it creates sustainability for Loma for the future and also builds on from what our governor's agenda is in Lagos State.
That's all we have for you in this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedogun. Bye for now.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye. Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. By no question. He's a living legend. Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello, it's Plus Reports, where we bring you some of the stories and events that made the news recently. And just in case you missed out on some of them, don't worry, we've got you covered in this edition. I am Jacinta Obiokwu. We're starting off on the Nigeria Most Trending Matter 2023 election, where the issue of zoning is still making the rounds. It was a mixed reaction in Abuja for the concerned Nigerian citizens group when they took their protest to the national headquarters of the two major political parties. It's on the need to adopt the zoning formula for the presidential ticket, which they say must be zoned to the south. While the APC accepted the letter with a promise to act on it, the People's Democratic Party bluntly refused to accept the letter.
This civil society group took its protest over zoning of the presidential ticket to the southern part of the country to the national headquarters of the two leading political parties. First point was the PDP, with protesters carrying placards with various inscriptions demanding that the party shift power to the south. But the group was disappointed with the reception it got, as the party refused to accept the letter.
I want to declare to the public and gentlemen of the press that the conspiratorial element that constitutes the leadership of the People's Democratic Party have denied us an opportunity to talk to them in the public and discuss this crucial matter with them, which is a sense of high-level conspiration against the wish of the masses. They have only shown to us that they are not a friend of the people of Nigeria. We are moving further to the All Progressive Congress Party Secretariat to make our position known.
But it was a different situation at the APC headquarters, where the group was warmly received by the members of the National Working Committee of the party.
We thank you for your letter dated the 4th of April, 2022, which has a title, an appeal demand for the zoning of your party's presidential ticket to the southern Nigeria. Our party has yet to make any decision regarding the subject matter of your letter. And that is still the position, which I reiterate, even now, that we have yet to make a decision. As soon as that decision is made, you will be the first to know. So I thank you so much for your visit.
Different from what happened in the People's Democratic Party Secretariat, the leadership of the All Progressive Congress have deemed fit to meet us, which we have to appreciate. This paper is titled An Appeal to the Demand for the zoning of your party's presidential ticket to the south. It is highly explicit and we demand expediency in implementation. Thank you very much, sir.
Just yesterday, the group had a world press conference where it discussed zoning of the presidential ticket to the southern part of the country.
Still on 2023 election and still insisting on zoning, a group known as the Concerned Nigerian Citizens has called for a power shift to the south in the spirit of equity, justice and fairness. The group, through its convener, said this at a world press conference in Abuja.
Osabinu said that the briefing became imperative due to various agitations among southern ethnic nationalities, insisting that the presidency this time must move down south and the intrigues by some political actors to jettison the zoning arrangement must end. He said there is an unwritten conventional way for power to rotate between the north and the south since the return of civil rule in 1999.
Presidential election in Nigeria is highly influential and powerful as we all confer greater sense of belonging to the federation on any ethnic or geopolitical zone that produces the president. This, no doubt, has deepened the agitation for power shift by various regions, and with us, resolved to implore all major political parties to have a deep think ahead of national conventions, ensure that power rotates to the south, as this will ensure that the country remains united.
Shedding more light on the agitation, other members of the group are of the opinion that power rotation will ensure equity, justice, and fairness in the nation's democracy. They also say it is sacrosanct if the nation is to attain unity, peace, and progress in all forms.
President Muhammadu Buhari, by the grace of God, will be president of Nigeria till May 29, 2023. I haven't served 8 years as president from the northern part of the country. In essence, it means that the next president of Nigeria, by the virtue of that convention, the principles of federal character as enshrined in our constitution, and by the virtue of the foundation of our democracy, the South must produce the next president of Nigeria.
If you look at it, it is proper that once one part of the country would have been divided into two poles, the north and south pole. Once one has had, it is proper that the other should have.
The group called on all the political parties in the country to respect zoning, and that now is the time to do just that.
While so much is going on for the coming elections, it is also a reminder not to neglect the importance of exercising your civic responsibility by getting your PVCs ready. Moving on, the Environmental Rights Action, Friends of the Earth Nigeria, and other civil society organizations have disagreed with the ongoing divestments by international oil companies in the Niger Delta. The groups who expressed their displeasure at an interactive session with the media on the motives behind the IOC's divestments in the region, organized by ERA in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, lamented the health impacts of activities of the IOCs on people of the region.
Stakeholders in the Niger Delta region said the divestment move by all multinationals is contrary to the Energy Transition Advocacy Plan to renewable energy sources. They described it as a ploy to reject their developmental obligations and responsible for polluting the air. The groups expressed worries that about 70 years after oil extraction in the region and its adverse effects, there are emerging indications of more problems in the Niger Delta. In his address, the executive director of ERA, Chima Williams, said the level of environmental pollution suffered by the people of the Niger Delta region in the hands of multinational oil companies is incomparable globally.
What is needed is just for governments to set the guidelines, set the regulatory mechanisms, set the standards, okay? And we have been asking for, if you are divesting, one thing that you should do, put back the environment and the people in the position they were before you started operation. If you are not going to do that, you want to divest, put a divestment bond. Nigerian government should set amount that will be enough to do legacy cleanup.
Also speaking at Donna at the University of Port Harcourt, Professor Sofiri Peterside explained the major reasons behind the divestment by the IOCs. He said that there is a need for a better understanding and community engagement on the global environmental justice and community definitions of divestment in relation to the model of the IOCs in the Niger Delta.
There are 113 oil mining licenses in Nigeria, split evenly between onshore and offshore. Out of 26 sold in the last 21 years, more than three-quarters, which is 77%, were located onshore. This trend will have negative impact on investment and production in the oil and gas sector, and by extension, revenue accruable to the Nigerian state and spending in the oil-bearing communities.
We owe ourselves the responsibility of ensuring that we target programming and interventions to address exclusion, even when the system or the processes exclude us from participating. If you work in the communities, you will agree with me that when you go to communities for intervention, they begin to look at you suspiciously. So we need to build trust. by opening up the space for participation.
It's a question of responsibility. How do we start to take responsibility, to be proactive, to do what we must do in order to cause a change? 80% of ministers of petroleum are from the Niger Delta. They will not even acknowledge the petition from their own community because they are in cahoots, because they are more focused on transactions.
The stakeholders opine that there is the need for the IOCs to decommission their toxic assets and carry out remedial actions to be monitored by independent bodies and civil society organizations in the communities.
On insecurity, the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association section on public interest and development law, Monday Obani, during a press conference held in Lagos, said it is very appalling that a country that has failed to provide security to the people it governs is embarking on a suicide mission of criminalizing ransom payment by helpless victims. Lovey Kukuede confirmed this report.
This press conference was to herald the NBA Speedel Annual Conference stated for 22nd to 26th May 2022 in Sokoto State. But the convener and chairman of NBA Speedel, Barrister Monday Ubani, took a leave from the event to comment on what he calls urgent national issues. He took a swipe at the Senate for attempting to criminalize payment of ransom to kidnappers to free victims.
NBA Speedel condemns unequivocally the attempt by our national legislators to criminalize ransom payment by victims of kidnapping without tackling the root cause of kidnapping in the first place. Law ought to reflect reality in any given society. The truth of the matter is that victims of kidnapping pay ransom out of desperation and abject helplessness, knowing fully well that the state has failed and is unable to protect lives and property or secure the release of their loved ones from the kidnappers' den.
Barrister Ubani said the piece of legislation under contemplation lacks logic and wisdom, calling on the House of Representatives to jettison the bill without any further consideration.
It is very appalling, therefore, that the same country that has failed to provide security to the people it governs is embarking on a suicide mission of criminalizing ransom payment by the very victims that are helpless and desperate to save the lives of their loved ones. It does not make any sense at all. Instead, the legislature is strongly advised to focus our laws that will strengthen national security and protection of lives and properties, assuming that there is a lacuna.
The Nigerian Senate on Wednesday, the 27th of April 2022, passed a bill imposing jail terms of at least 15 years for paying a ransom to free someone who has been kidnapped. The upper legislative chamber also made the crime of abduction punishable by death in cases where victims dies in life imprisonment in other cases. Okweyemi Bamidele, chairman of the Senate Judiciary, Human Rights and Legal Committee, told the Senate on Wednesday that making ransom payment punishable with lengthy jail sentences will discourage the rising spate of kidnapping and abduction for ransom in Nigeria, which is fast spreading across the country. From Lagos, Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
It's time for a short break now. We will be right back with more.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
We now start hearing the shoot of guns.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
Thanks for staying with us. Now there is the need for professionals and the built environment to form strong advocacy against quackery and sharp practices if the tide of incessant building collapses, and the country must be stemmed. This formed part of the submission of stakeholders at the 13th edition of the Lagos Architect Forum. Justin Akadonye reports that the forum brought together architects and other professionals to share thoughts on the theme, the City of Lagos, what is Lagos?
Lagos is the fourth capital of Nigeria, known for its uniqueness as an economic hub, high-flying business hub, and a city that has long captivated people from all over the world. However, these architects have converged to share ideas and critical insights to effectively midwife a livable and sustainable Lagos state.
We try to analyze the physical development within the city of Lagos and see how we can get government to key into some of the suggestions that as professionals we think they should key into.
When we talk of the thriving city in the world, these are cities that never sleep.
What it is all about is to synergize, to interact with the private sector, the public sector, the manufacturers, the suppliers of building materials.
In recent times, incidences of building collapses have become recurring, even with a city as commercial as Lagos. As one wonders how this tide can be stemmed, government is advised to ensure monitoring, as enforcement does not stop when approval is given. The professionals believe that state government should domesticate the national building code, as well as show political will to stop the menace.
The building code actually has some compliance forms built into the document, such that at various stages of the development of the building of the building, you have relevant professionals signing off at different stages.
Are we shying away from our responsibilities? Are we ready to take up our responsibilities? And to be honest with you, please be ready for more collapses, because if we are not ready to do the right thing, then be sure that these tragedies will continue to occur.
Until we can have a proper governance structure on the construction process, where we start to track who designs, who supervises, what are the stages of construction, what are the stages of certification, and it's available on a digital platform. This is why this is Lagos.
The NIS shows that it will continue in its advocacy role as watchdogs to promote best practices in the building procurement process to avert ugly consequences of building failures and collapses. Justin Akadonye, Plus TV News, Lagos.
In its quest to foster peace and unity among the different religious groups, ethnicity and cultural backgrounds, Hayen Banki community, in collaboration with the Global Peace Foundation, Nigeria, has organized the Cultural Carnival Festival in Kaduna State. The group said the aim is to strengthen the peaceful cordial relationship between different people as one big family under God for sustainable development.
Over the years, Hayen Banki is one of the communities in Kaduna North local government area that enjoys relative peace and harmonious relationships irrespective of cultural and religious ethnicity in the state. This they do engaging youth, women and members of society in organizing cultural dance and sporting activities among others to promote peace and unity in the state. Country's Director of Global Peace Foundation, Reverend Dr. Joseph John Hayab, says there is a need to give room for peace building in communities where all stakeholders will come together and respect one another.
Sometimes there are things around us that we can solve them, but we are waiting for government, and government is busy attending to other things. Hayen Banki will continue to be peaceful. And not only Hayen Banki, but Kaduna State will be peaceful. I want to appeal to you that never take the law into your hands. If you see anything happening here, report to the appropriate authority. But when you start burning houses, start destroying each other's property, you are only wasting your time. And it will only happen when the youth are together. That's why today I am happy to see the Catholic Cadet, the Boys Brigade, the Royal Ambassadors, and the First Aid Group of the Muslim community.
He appealed to religious leaders to speak to their congregants on the need for unity and understanding, and also called on community members to create a platform where people, regardless of their differences, can come together in unity, love, and understanding.
Next on the list is on infrastructure. Any city without a fully functional infrastructural system will suffer, as such engineers must be well trained so that they can do their best to grow the nation from an infrastructural perspective. The Managing Director of Lagos Metropolitan Transport Authority, Lamata, Engineer Bimbola Akinajo, stated this on Thursday during her presentation at the 2022 Alumni Luncheon of the University of Lagos Faculty of Engineering Alumni Association in Lagos.
It was a reunion, a veritable networking opportunity for the alumni of the Faculty of Engineering, University of Lagos. It was also an avenue to give back to their alma mater through the launching of a 500 million naira fundraising project for the faculty. Away from that, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his team cashed in on the opportunity provided by the reunion to tell the impact of the alumni on the state's infrastructural development in less than 3 years.
And so the blue line you can see is a massive feat of engineering, and I'm sure all of you need to be proud of it. From 4 lanes, we changed the design to 10 lanes. So we took a massive right of way to do 10 lanes, and we were very smart to keep a rail corridor in the middle of it. So the alignment actually is about 16 lanes, because when you've done 10 lanes and you still have enough alignment to keep a rail, corridor, was the main feat. And that's why we're able to, preserve, and which was the most difficult option to take. But because we were committed at that time to say, you know what, let's have the audacity to want to do it, and that's why, we started it.
The 4 stations, Mile 2, Alaba, Igomu, and National Theatre, they're completed. You will notice that Mile 2 and Alaba, they have 2 concourses. Obviously, that's based on studies that had been done to determine sort of ridership that we would get, and we realized that, it's obvious. Mile 2 is a market area, so there's a lot of people there. So that's why we have 2 concourses that allows us to take on more passengers. It's the same thing in Igomu. Same thing in Alaba. Igomu and National Theatre are also completed. We have pedestrian bridges at each of those stations that allows us to bring passengers from one side of the expressway to the other.
The Managing Director of Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, Lamata, spoke with journalists on the sideline of the event.
Infrastructure is owned by all. So it means that as an individual, you have a responsibility. Something has been built, not to destroy it, not to vandalize it. And so therefore, people also need to be aware and also take ownership. And that's what I always say. If something belongs to you, you are not likely to go and destroy it.
She also told the forum that over 5,000 people affected by the construction of the rail have been compensated by the Lagos State government. From Lagos, Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
And finally, on this edition, the National Commission for Museums and Monuments has launched the Ancient Rock Art exhibition of photos and monoliths that have been existing for decades, found in the forests of southern and northern Nigeria. This project is supported by the U.S. Ambassador's Fund for Cultural Preservation and led by Trust for African Rock Art, TARA. Plus TV correspondent Paul George was there at the National Museum, Lagos.
The exhibition launch, which had nature enthusiasts from different parts of Nigeria and abroad, showcased a slice of Nigeria's cultural dance by the Cross River Group, entertaining guests. In the gallery is a display of pictures of collections of paintings and monoliths from Ikom, Cross River, Jigawa and Bauchi states. The Director General of the National Commission for Museums and Monuments, Professor Abba Tijani, in his welcome address thanked the U.S. Embassy for supporting the project by funding the project and thereby preserving the country's cultural heritage.
I want to start by expressing my appreciation to the U.S. Embassy for their partnership, but also providing us with funding. The collaboration on rock art, the monolith, the rock paintings in Jigawa and Bauchi is just the beginning. I look forward to more collaboration in areas of digitization and capacity building.
The United States Acting Consul General Brandon Ospert, while assuring Nigeria of their continuous support, said that this partnership will further deepen the ties both countries already have.
Over the past 4 years, we've seen $770,000 of funding going toward preservation projects in Nigeria. In 2017, we funded a project to document the traditional knowledge of the Ifa cultural system in Oyo State. And in 2016, we also conducted a project to build the capacity of Nigeria's museum professionals to improve collections, storage, and display.
The curator, National Museum Lagos, Omotayo Adeboye, and the project manager of the exhibition, Terry Little, tells us more about the artworks.
The ancient art rock actually represents the heritage in rocks. They are granite rocks which they put coded messages on, and they use it to pass messages to people that are initiates. So if you look at some of those Icon monoliths, you will see on them some motifs.
We've been working on this project for 2 years, documenting archaeological sites in Cross River State, the monoliths that you see in the exhibition, and then paintings in Jigawa and Bauchi states. I think whenever we're in the field, we work very closely with the chiefs and the community representatives and follow whatever instructions they may give us on how to deal with them. And often, yes, they may pour libation.
The rock art exhibition is billed for a tour from Lagos to the museum in Calabar and in Zaria. And as the event winds down, Consul General Ospert cut the ribbon to officially declare the gallery open, even as estates gathered to feed their eyes with the new collections of the artworks. Paul George, Plus TV News.
And that's all on this edition of Plus Report. But before we go, let's still remind you to please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And also do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. I am Jacinta Obiuku. Thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Good afternoon. I am Khadijat Balogun, and this is the news brief. President Muhammadu Buhari is in a meeting with some of his ministers seeking elective offices in the 2023 general elections. Ministers at the meeting as of the time of filing this report include Rotimi Amechi for Transportation, Chris Ngige, Labour and Employment, Godwill Akpabio, Niger Delta Affairs, Abubakar Malami, Justice and Attorney General of the Federation. The President, in a circular signed by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Bas Mustafa, officially written Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Godwin Emefiele, and heads of agencies like the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Revenue Mobilization, Allocation, and Fiscal Commission, among others, seeking to contest the 2023 general elections to resign on or before Monday. The federal government and the Nigeria Inter-Religious Council have failed to convince the striking academic staff union of universities to call off their industrial action during a meeting called by the Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Agbola Gambari, and the Minister of Labour and Employment, Chris Ngige. The meeting, which was also co-chaired by the Sultan of Sokoto, Sahad Abubakar, and the Christian Association of Nigeria's President, Dr. Shukbo Ayokunle, could not persuade the ASU leaders to return to the classrooms while negotiations were ongoing to meet their demands. The federal government and NIREC had attempted to persuade the union to return to the classrooms during the closed-door technical session, promising that their demands would be met. But the ASU leadership reportedly said the government had to meet part of their demands, which they could use in convincing their members to call off the ongoing strike. President Muhammadu Buhari has appealed to the Academic Staff Union of Universities to consider the plight of students and call off the ongoing strike. At the 19th National Productivity Day and conferment of the National Productivity Order of Merit Award, the President urged students in public tertiary institutions to be patient as the federal government strives to address the nagging issues in the nation's university system within the ambit of available resources. During the event, President Buhari conferred the 2019-2020 awards on 37 individuals and 11 organizations at the State House.
Mr. President, since the inception of the award in 1991, it has been bestowed on a total of 382 individuals and 97 organizations. Today, 37 individuals and 11 organizations have proved themselves worthy of this award.
It will be difficult to improve our economic performance and overall productivity without improving our educational system. Government notes the emergency situation in our educational system, with particular reference to the dearth of qualified and dedicated teachers, to enhance the quality of teaching and learning at all levels of our educational system. To address these challenges and set our country on the path of industrialization, where our educational system will produce the needed skills and manpower, this administration has taken measures to motivate teachers, including timely promotion and prompt payment of salaries. And
Meanwhile, youth in the southwest region of the country have berated the Senate President Ahmed Lawan over his position on the lingering crisis between Academic Staff Union of Universities and the federal government. The youth under the aegis of Oodua Youth Coalition, OYC, described as faulted the statement credited to Lawan that the 2009 agreement between ASU and federal government was unrealistic. They have vowed to barricade federal roads across southwest state if the government refused to yield to the demands of ASU within 7 days. Speaking during a press briefing in Akure, the Ondo State capital, the national president of the group, Tayo Oluyi Akintade, maintained that the Senate was part of the agreement.
The refusal of the federal government to accede to this request has impacted negatively on tertiary education and future of Nigeria. We use this medium to inform the federal government that Yoruba youths are tired of staying at home. We thereby give the Nigerian government 7 days to reach a compromise with ASU and return our students to campuses, or we shut down all federal roads in the West. We value education in Yoruba land, and we won't watch the effort of our heroes past go to waste.
We have seen that for years, these people do not actually listen to dialogues. They do not actually listen to people that come to them to ask questions. I think they understand that when things are turned upside down, they respond. And I think this is the approach we are taking. And I'm very, very sure, I'm confident that after this our plan to block all the federal roads in the southwest, I think they will respond to our request.
A coalition of over 80 human rights organizations under the aegis of the Nigerian Civil Society Situation Room has raised the alarm that unresolved issues in the areas of security, economy, transportation, and education may constitute a serious threat to peaceful and credible general elections in 2023. The convener of the Situation Room, Ene Obi, who raised the issues during a press conference held at the headquarters of the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center, said that the situation could also create a tense political atmosphere which could be latched on by disgruntled groups to disrupt the polls. President Muhammadu Buhari has signed into law 3 bills aimed at improving the anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing, proliferation financing framework in Nigeria. The bills are the Money Laundering Prevention and Prohibition Bill 2022, the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Bill 2022, and the Proceeds of Crime Recovery and Management Bill 2022. President Buhari described the bills as being in tandem with his administration's commitment to fight corruption and illicit financing activities. He mentioned that the new laws have provided enough punitive measures and containment strategies against abuses and compromises. He explained that the new law mandates the creation of dedicated account for the proceeds of crime and other confiscated assets in order to enhance the accountability of the process. The National Publicity Secretary of the People's Democratic Party, Debo Ologunagba, has said that the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, has not resigned as a member of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. According to him, the party would not respond to rumors about Jonathan's defection, saying there are no facts to prove such. Ologunagba said such questions about the former president's defection speculations should be channeled to him and his ward in Bayelsa State. And in less than 24 hours, the All Progressives Congress will close the submission of expression of interest and nomination forms by aspirants vying for elective positions in the 2023 general elections. This is contained in the party's adjusted schedule of activities for the 2023 general elections. Meanwhile, the sale of forms closes May 12th. The APEC intended that the screening for presidential aspirants would hold on Monday, May 23rd, while governorship primaries would take place on May 28th. The APC convention for presidential primaries is billed to hold on May 30th and June 1st, according to the party. The Department of State Services has warned politicians and highly placed personalities against unguarded statements that could derail efforts to deepen Nigeria's democracy. The Public Relations Officer of DSS, Peter Afunaya, in a statement in Abuja, said this followed a misleading and mischievous publication in some sections titled, Nigeria's Secret Police, DSS tests the water on tenure elongation for Buhari, tells journalists CSO's 2023 elections may not hold. The DSS disassociates itself from the publication and categorically states that the information is false and obviously fabricated to malign it and mislead the populace. The police command in Sokoto State has said that it has arrested 2 students of the Shehu Shagari College of Education, Sokoto, in connection with the killing of their female colleague, who was accused of making a social media post that blasphemed the Holy Prophet Muhammad. The command, in a statement issued by its spokesperson, ASP Sanusi Abubakar, said a distress call on the incident was received by the police that students were rioting over one female student named Deborah Samuel, a level 2 student who was forcefully removed from the security room where she was hidden by the school authorities and killed. The Sokoto State government confirmed the death and ordered the indefinite closure of the institution. The Edo State Police Command have paraded some persons who were found to be in possession of human skull. Parading the 3 persons along with others that were brought in for various levels of crimes at the state command, the police public relations officer, Bello Kontongs, narrates how the suspects were arrested at different points. Speaking to Plus TV News crew, the suspects narrated their level of involvement in crimes they were brought in for.
This Baba was the one that told me to bring it. When I bought it, that 40,000 naira, I now gave her extra 5,000 naira. Then I carried the head to this Baba asked.
He come to me for some things that the life he's living is not like he wants some way to open for him. So then I now tell him that if he can be able to get a woman's call that, but it's not by killing you, you should go to market and get it, or you go to Berry Grand. Those people can get it for him. I say I will take him, make a soap for him, which is he will be able to get blessing.
You beg me, my help and buy because I dey sell native things. Like my hot customer, they follow me, they buy the rest things.
Cultists who conspired among themselves to either kill, maimed, or cause body injury to members of the general public. The command under the leadership of the command CP Abutu Yaro, FDC, deployed operatives to go after these killer cultists and arrested about 8 of them.
A group under the aegis of Entered United in conjunction with Ramimba wants the Lagos State government to immediately stop the plan to resume tolling at the Lekki toll gate. At a press conference, the group tagged the plan as illegal. Our correspondent, Paul George, reports.
Solidarity forever.
Gathered here are lawyers come activists. They are unhappy about the Lagos State government's plan to return to tolling on the controversial Lekki toll gate with bloodstains of some NSAS activists.
The tolling is not ongoing on the Ikoyi Link Bridge as we speak, but the mere fact that the Lagos State government think they have the legal right to toll on the bridge, on that bridge, is an insult to the law and the memories of citizens that lost their lives at the Lekki toll gate on October 20th, 2020. The SCC and Lagos State government are to also know that we shall be demanding an account of the monies, you see, illegally and fraudulently extorted from the residents of Lekki and other users of the bridge since the SRP was thrown out. Because they have been hiding under the federal government not to do what they are supposed to do. We are calling for accountability, not to even talk about the major ones like admitting and apologizing to the citizens for the massacre, identifying and prosecuting all officers involved, compensation of the victims and others. Yet they can do countless of meetings, press conferences, and others just to open an illegal tolling location where the blood of innocent citizens was spilled. Nigerians say a very big no to that.
Ogunlana discloses the group's next line of action if Lekki toll gate is opened for business.
We demand justice for NSAS victims. We demand rehabilitation of the maimed and the wounded. We demand immediate release of fear and open trial of those still in prison because of their participation in the protest. We demand full implementation of the Judicial Panel of Inquiries Lagos Recommendations Report. Yes. We stay no to operation of the Lekki toll gate, Ikoyi Links Bridge toll gate. The Lekki toll gate itself should be made a national monument as recommended by the Judicial Panel. All these we demand and we are standing by it. There will be protest. It's as simple as that. Democracy needs to be watered, needs to be cultivated, and by vigilant gardeners. We are Nigerians, we are the gardeners of the democracy. If democracy are the people who have employed to do the work, they are refusing to do it, we will make them to do the work. We are saying that the citizens of Nigeria should not lay back to defend and fight for their own rights. Angels will not come from heaven. Malaika will not come from heaven.
Some months ago, when the Lagos State government resumed tolling at the Lekki toll gate, it was forcefully resisted by protesters. It is not clear how long this resistance would be, but what is clear is that activists want justice for the slain who fought to end the cruelty of SARS. Paul George, Plus TV News.
We shall always fight for our rights.
Moving on to other parts of Africa, Mali's army chief ended a 3-day visit to Rwanda Thursday as the country seeks to strengthen bilateral defense cooperation. Malian General Humar Dahara has concluded a 3-day visit to Rwanda. The Chief of the General Staff of the Malian Armed Forces was received by his counterpart, Gen Bosco Kazura, at the Rwanda Defense Forces headquarters in Kigali. A statement by the Rwanda Ministry of Defense says if bilateral defense collaboration was on the agenda, the discussion between the two men tackled different aspects of cooperation in human resource development, military training, and welfare. The Sudanese demonstrators are back on the streets to protest against the military in power and ask for the implementation of a civil government. Large crowds could be seen around the presidential palace in Khartoum, responding to calls from several dissident groups in the most important turnout since the holy month of Ramadan. The army took power last October, putting an end to great hopes of a democratic transition after a month of a popular uprising, which ousted the autocratic ruler Omar al-Bashir. And outside Africa, foreign ministers from the G7 group of rich nations aimed to give what Germany called a powerful sign of unity as they meet to discuss the war in Ukraine. Fears that the conflict could spill over into Moldova and food security concerns. The annual meeting running until Saturday brings together top diplomats from Britain, Canada, Germany, France, Italy, Japan, and the United States and the European Union to a 400-year-old castle estate in the Baltic Sea resort of Westeros. They will defy Russia's attempt to split the world over Ukraine, German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock said ahead of the meeting in a tweet. Congress leaders have held a moment of silence outside the Capitol building commemorating 1 million COVID-19 deaths in the United States. The event was led by House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who was joined by Right Reverend Marian Ejabod. The United States was said to have reached more than 1 million COVID-19 deaths, crossing a once unthinkable milestone about 2 years after the first cases upended everyday life. The loss represents about 1 death for every 327 Americans, or more than the entire population of San Francisco or Seattle. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, says that Africa needs to finance our own growth. Emefiele, who said this at the Africa Finance Corporation Life Infrastructure Solutions Summit held in Abuja, said that over the past 2 years, Africa had suffered crises, each with profound implications for the economies of the continent. Emefiele, represented by his deputy and board chairman of AFC, Dr. Kingsley Obiora, said the COVID-19 crisis with its lockdown triggered off recession in most parts of the world, and that the crisis injected a fresh urgency for Africa's rise in self-reliance on the manufacturing and processing of essential products. Still in business news, the group general manager of the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Company Limited, Mele Kyari, has assured federal lawmakers that rehabilitation work is ongoing at the nation's refineries. Mele Kyari said this in Abuja at the investigative hearing of the state of the nation's refineries in the country. Emmanuel Ehijene report is presented from our studio.
Kyari assured that the work is being with the Port Harcourt refineries and that the Kaduna and Warri refineries would be next.
And of course, the only way you can do this is to conduct a full turnaround maintenance. Before I took responsibility, we shut down some of them for very obvious technical reasons. First, the refineries, even if they do operate, they will take $100 crude and produce $70 product. And there's no refinery anywhere that works this way. Refinery margins are very thin. And the reasons are very simple because many of the plant facilities and processing units are not operating optimally. And because they are not operating optimally, you degrade value, and at the end of the day, you are better off not operating those plants until you are able to put them back into full and functional work.
The GMD says the corporation understands the scope of work needed to put the refineries to work, which is why it has engaged competent contractors with technical competence. He said banks were also contracted to fund the project to ensure that the lack of funds does not scuttle the process this time around. Members of the committee at this point wanted to know the scope and cost of the rehabilitation.
Just now, you are supposed to speak to your presentation, to your documents. And this is what we have here. Quite frankly, everything you said just now is not available here. So even eventually, if Mr. Chairman, our colleagues needed to ask a question, I don't really know. Because what we have here is just big. There's nothing, no single thing about all the things you said in this presentation. That's the question, Mr. Chairman. He was supposed to speak to the document presented before us.
The committee, however, gave the GMD a date to come up with the detailed information to the extent of the rehabilitation process so far.
We are again here today as members of the National Assembly and representatives of our people with the constitutional duty to demand accountability from those in positions of authority on behalf of the people and nation Nigeria. The committee therefore provides this opportunity for the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, the Group Managing Director, the operators of refineries and contractors to let us know the problems besetting our refineries.
Recall that the House during plenary debates on the state of the nation's refinery called for in-depth investigations into the nation's comatose refineries, despite being one of the largest producers of fossil oil.
Always work on the back.
And in entertainment news, Nigerian singers Davido and Burna Boy have both had their fans buzzing with excitement following the release of their new songs. Both singers released new songs of their respective next albums on Friday, and fans are taking to Twitter to rate both singers on their individual songs. While Davido preached hope and motivation in Stand Strong, Burna Boy talked about love and heartbreak in Last Last. Nigerian showbiz minstrel Charles Oputa, popularly known as Charlie Boy, has caught the attention of directors and film producers in the United States to tell a story in a movie setting about how he dedicated his life and love for Nigeria. American film mogul Mike Stiles, with credit from box office movies such as Spider-Man, Transformers, and State of Play, at a news conference in Lagos disclosed plans to produce Charlie Boy's biopic. Stiles, who is also attributed to highly successful television shows like Power and Empire, said that part of the project was to be able to breach two walls in the movie industry. And in sports, the Miami Heat secured their place in the Eastern Conference Finals after a 99-90 win over the Philadelphia 76ers gave them a 4-2 playoff series win. Jimmy Butler scored 32 points and Max Strus added 20 points and 11 rebounds in the Heat's victory. In the Western Conference, Luka scored 33 points to help the Dallas Mavericks beat the Phoenix Suns 113-86 and tie up their series at 3-3. The decisive Game 7 will take place in Phoenix on Sunday.
It is a steal. He's got Butler, gives it up in a slam. See, that was just a smart call. Butler in transition. Draws the foul. Count the basket. Jimmy Butler got it to go. Plus Embiid. 13-2 run over the last 5 minutes by Miami. Here's Embiid. They double him. He takes the shot, and it's sent right back in his face by Adebayo. Now in transition, Butler. And he was fouled. A steal by Adebayo. And an easy jam coming. Second half. Now, for what is the reason? We have no idea. Strus wide open, buries it. Max Strus has 20 points and 10 rebounds. A lack of points, but the lack of shot opportunities. And that to give up an easy two there to Butler. Right. Well, they're defeated right now. Miami 108 away from the Eastern Conference Final.
Rafael Nadal was knocked out of the Italian Open after the 21 times major winner was beaten 1-6, 7-5, 6-2 by Canadian Denis Shapovalov in the last 16 of the Italian Open. Nadal had a solid start, but the 35-year-old struggled physically towards the end of the contest, raising doubts over his fitness ahead of the French Open, which he has won a record 13 times. The Spaniard, who has endured a string of injuries during a career spanning more than 2 decades, dominated the opening set with his brilliant return of serves.
No, I am not injured. I am a player living with an injury. That's it. No. It's nothing new. No, it's something that is there, and unfortunately, my day by day is difficult, honestly. Even like this, I am trying hard, but of course it's difficult for me to accept the situation sometimes, no, because it's yeah, it can be frustrating that a lot of days I can't practice the proper way, and then today at half of the second set starts the thing, and then wasn't playable for me. No, that's it. No, well done for Dennis. No. Sorry, I came straight away. No, I don't want to take away any credit from Dennis that he deserved, probably the way that he lost his match with me in Australia this year and last year here. Then today is for him. So well done for him. That's it.
And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Khadijat Balogun. Many thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osaiwame Saleh, and today I'm joined by the amazing ladies. Nomai Isia Fodle. Hello, ladies.
Hello.
Were we not together yesterday?
Yes. It just feels like a continuation of yesterday.
It just occurred to me that it was the same set yesterday. It's Uti that was supposed to break it.
That was supposed to break.
We don't know what happened to her, but I'm sure she'll be fine.
Totally.
Yeah, how are you?
Very
How
well.
are you?
I'm tired. Tired.
Aren't we all?
I need to sleep. I'm tired.
I
What-
couldn't even hide my bags today. It was that bad. But yes, we're here. And that's commitment, isn't it?
It's a lot of commitment.
Totally.
Oh. Almost it's not easy.
In spite of. How would they know?
They will never know.
They will never know.
Issy, how was your day?
It was good. It has been a good one. I can't fault it. Yes, we like Norma usually says, we don't look like what we've been through today.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So yeah, we are here. We're doing what we do best.
Absolutely. So, and there was a resignation. In fact, yesterday, the social media and this morning was just awash by different people dropping resignation letters. Say, Omo, you can really resign in this country, you know?
It's a very serious matter.
So we're discussing resignation. Is resignation supposed to be for personal ambition or actually because maybe you have failed in the office that you're occupying? So that's the conversation for today. And here's what we found as today's quote. Some political leaders in the world make big mistakes, but they never resign. Some make a small mistake, but they immediately resign. What makes a political leader to resign or not to resign has something to do with having an honor or not. Those who have honor always choose to the honorable way, and that is resignation. So according to the Vanguard, the president had, as at yesterday, at the yesterday's Federal Executive Council meeting, as a FEC meeting, ordered every member of the council who had ambition to contest elective offices in 2023 general election to resign on or before the 16th of May 2022. And then, since then, we've seen a flood of resignation from the affected parties. So it's our ladies' night out, and Norma, Issy, and I will be discussing government officials, and we're asking this question: should resignation be about ambitions or about performance? And when we open our phone lines, we really love to hear your thoughts on this. But first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
You are still watching Ways Now. May 12th is observed as International Nurses Day across the world to honor the services of nurses. It is the birth anniversary of Florence Nightingale, the English social reformer, statistician, and founder of modern nursing. She was also known as the Lady with the Lamp. She was the founder of modern nursing and was a British social reformer and statistician. The theme for this year's Nurses Day is Nurses, a Voice to Lead, Invest in Nursing, and Respect Rights to Secure Global Health. Many hospitals across the world are observing International Nurses Week from May the 6th to May 12th. As part of its several activities, including yoga sessions and seminars, are being organized just for the nurses. So, International Nurse Day.
Happiness Day. It's my twin sister's day because she's a nurse and she's very, I don't know how she's so passionate about a lot of things all at the same time. The way she talks about some of her patients and when she's not on call, on the day she's not on call, it's like, where have you been? You know how African Americans behave.
Because they pay and wear.
Well, not just that.
Normal, listen.
There are people who are doing it
Do you know if she were to be in Nigeria? The passion might be there, but the energy to move on might not be there.
Absolutely,
Because
I agree.
The amount of disrespect we have for our health officials is alarming.
Totally.
People that take care of your health.
So maybe it's the culture here, but we also have people who disrespect people out there. There's some people who are supremacists. So even when they are sick and you are helping them, they still feel they're on top of you. So they make certain derogatory comments, and because you
if the pay is good, you can curse me all you like.
I would say that
some people won't take it.
Nurses Day for me is, I would associate it with retired nurses. My mother-in-law is one, and her twin sister is also one. Yeah, she's a twin. Yeah. So I have two mother-in-laws. So I'll dedicate it to them, especially those who have actually worked in this profession and served in this profession. I think they are quite passionate about it. Even if they are out of it, they still tend to ask you questions that has to do with your health. So
Absolutely.
Yes. So I would give it to the retired nurses.
Yay. And the ones that are still in service.
Totally, yes, absolutely.
All right, so let's see what we found in the news. Number, you're going first? Or is your story ready, Isi?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay, go
Thank
ahead
you.
if it is.
All right, my story is on what happened in Sokoto State, and it's a gory story, and it has to do with mob kills College of Education female student and sets body ablaze in Sokoto over alleged blasphemy. And it was stated that the female student, who is a student of Shoshagari College of Education, was beaten, actually. She was beaten to a pulp. And the school authorities tried to rescue her from the mob. What actually started the whole thing was that this young lady actually was asked by her peers in the classroom and said, how come you passed your exams? Usually, what would be your answer? Oh, is God or is Jesus? Thank Jesus I got it. And that was what actually aggravated everything. And they said she should take her words back. And when she refused to take her words back, of course, it caused an uproar, and everybody came together and attacked her. And she was set ablaze at the end of the day.
Oh my
So
goodness.
just when I
In
was
school.
In school.
Just when I was sitting and trying to sort out some things, I saw a video that surfaced. Why am I all emotional this week? And it brought back memories because
of what happened in the north.
I've been in the north and I've seen people get burnt alive. I've seen people get burnt, and you see at the end of the day, you see, what's it called, pigs eating their dead bodies and dogs and all of that. So there's a boy on, if they can find it, on, I think it's on Linda Ikeji's blog that I saw it. Yes, I've seen the video where the boy was saying that either Linda Ikeji, but it's on the blog now, where the boy was showing the matchbox.
That was used to set her
he said
ablaze.
he was the one that killed her, and he set her ablaze. He said it in Hausa language. Nini nakashita.
Oh my goodness.
The Ashana did not. So the Ashana is a match. This is the match I used to set her ablaze. So if there is any level of humanness anymore in our leaders, they will fish that boy out.
Yes.
They will fish that boy out. Because you
this
see,
one has
the
already
level
been
of
programmed.
impunity that goes on in this country, like you think it is okay for you to take another human being's life, and you have the boldness to go on camera to say that this is the matchbox you used, you were the one that set her ablaze.
That is one troubled young man.
This is not issue of troubling.
No.
See, let me tell you what laws do. You know what? Hold on, Issy.
Of course.
This
He's
is
been programmed to.
This is what laws, right? Laws and implementation of laws does. Even if you have madness, it will curtail your madness.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Because if you know that there is repercussion for the actions that you take, that madness will be curbed. That somebody has the effrontery and the audacity to go on camera, and he was showing the matchbox, and he was saying that he was the one that killed her.
Somebody's child.
Somebody else's child.
Somebody's daughter.
A citizen of your country.
Oh. He was probably made to believe that he was fighting a good cause.
You see, that's where the mindset still comes into play. How are they thinking? And it's supposed to be an educational institution where they are supposed to have a mind
A lot of people go through school, but the school doesn't go through them.
Yes, I agree with you. And we also should look at this from another perspective. Isn't Nigeria supposed to be a secular state?
Oh, well,
so
that's
it's not even an issue of sex. So this is a clear example of what we're talking about, failure. Somebody
the
should
system has obviously failed. Because for
say,
things
no,
acts like this to be performed and nothing has been, it hasn't raised eyebrows enough for an investigation to begin concerning immediately, then there's it's obvious
if the government
that our
cannot
system
find that
has
boy,
failed.
arrest that boy, and charge him for murder, then I know that we are not in a country and we do not have a government. It's as simple as that. Norma, your story.
Well, my story, just to cool things down a little bit, astronomers revealed the first image of black hole at Milky Way Center. So I went all the way to space at this point because I couldn't even find something that was something worthy to talk about. But today it's interesting that an international team of astronomers unveiled the first image of a supermassive black hole at the center of our own Milky Way galaxy, a cosmic body known as Sagittarius A star. Wow. All right, so astronomers believe nearly all galaxies, including our own, have these giant black holes in their center where light and matter cannot escape, making it extremely hard to get images for them. But this one in particular was interesting because they were able to get images that we can readily see. Right? The image produced by a global team of scientists known as Event Horizon Telescope Collaboration is the first direct visual confirmation of the presence of this invisible object and comes 3 years right after that. I think the last time they saw something like that was in 2019, where the very first image of a black hole from a very distant galaxy. So it's interesting that there's a lot of activity going on outside the hustle and bustle of the Earth. And this black hole is, thankfully, it's not close enough because I hear that the gravity, the force around it can literally suck in every single thing within the orbit. So we're thankful that it's far away. The distance, it's distant enough for us to see it, but not have direct impact on the globe, on the world.
So
that's a good
this
one.
Our former Senate President Bukola Saraki. Why I took this story? I just laugh. Politics.
I saw it.
He says, it's not me that said it, that he will build 500,000 housing units annually if elected as president. That's what he's saying. He says, I will deliver 500,000 affordable housing units annually. I will create a viable platform to protect the African continent. I will be president for all because I represent the Nigerian identity. I will be the bridge between the North, South, Muslims and Christians. That's what he said. So you see these kinds of vague
2023,
promises.
That was the first thing that came to my mind. 2023, we're still having this conversation.
Do you understand? So it's not even only that in 2023 that we're having this conversation. Vague promises like how? So you are talking about 500,000 housing units. How about we talk about people to be able to feed 3 square meals every day? Who are the people that would be able to buy this housing that you're talking about? Are you giving the housing to the people for free? Are they going to be saying, okay, you know what, let us mop up all the homeless people? What's the strategy? What is the current housing deficit that we have today in Nigeria? What are those numbers? You can't just wake up and think it is a feel-good thing to say that you want to build 500,000 housing. We are tired of this kind of promises. It is really ridiculous.
Absolutely.
We need leaders that would say, you know what, XYZ are the problems. Because before somebody will even think of a roof over there, they will first of all think of what to put inside their tummy. It is whoever that is alive that can stay inside a house.
Absolutely.
Right? So what are the current challenges that Nigeria is facing, and how do we mitigate, or how do we bridge that gap? That's the kind of conversation we're having. Don't come with this kind of promises, because this is already dead on arrival. A lot of Nigerians are tired of this kind of promises. I'm just saying this in case future people as aspirants wants to start to come up with this 500. Why? It sounds good to the ears, but 500,000, is that the deficit that we have in terms of housing? That's number one. And number two is, are you giving those houses for free? How many homeless people do we have in this country? How do you intend, to solve those problems?
What's the payback plan?
On that note, maybe we should start to resign. I'm most the type of resignation letter. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Events, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Right, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Thanks for staying with us now. Minister for Transportation, Rotimi Amechi. I think the Minister for Niger Delta, Godswill Akpabio. Labour and Employment, Christine Ngige. Science, Technology and Innovation, Ogbonnaya Onu. Minister for Education, Emeka Nwajuaba. Justice Minister, Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, are some of the cabinet members that were affected when the president ordered all members of his cabinet and appointees aspiring for electoral offices to resign on or before Monday, the 16th of May, 2022. Others include the Minister of State, Mines and Steel, Uche Oga, who is running for governorship position in Abia State, and the Minister of Women Affairs, Pauline Talen, who declared her ambition to contest for the senatorial seat in Plateau State, right? So Victor Tamhemba, Acting Director, Executive Director of Raising New Voices, said, being in government and pursuing political ambition has a negative influence on governance. He said governance and performance will ultimately suffer as the ministers are busy roving the country, consulting and seeking support for their aspirations while the primary responsibilities are neglected. This is similar to what elected officials do when they are seeking re-election. At that point, there is the negligence of duty and responsibility as a result of governance. Governance suffers, he added. Now, we are asking a not so obvious question regarding the reason for resignation from political office. And tonight we're asking if resignation of the government officials should be about their ambitions or it should be about their performance. That's the question for tonight. Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. You can also tweet at us at Wayshow Africa on the hashtag Wayshow. So, this is a very interesting conversation because you know how we always say that in Nigeria you can never find anybody that will say, you know what, I'm done. Can I even count how many people have resigned to say, you know what, I don't think
non-performance.
I'm not interested in this. This is all no. It's not working for me. This is not what I signed for. This is not what I bargained for. it's not working. I'm not going to hit my targets. You know what? Because of that, I just tender my resignation.
Absolutely.
We don't really hear that. But what we hear often is that we say, I wasn't given the chance to execute my duties, but you stay there. You did not say, oh, let me resign and go. Then all of a sudden now, everybody is running for president. Everybody's seeking electoral positions. And it's not commonplace. You just open the news, you see this person resign, this person resign, this person resign. So it just got me thinking that shouldn't resignation, right? Even the president ordering a resignation because they're pursuing. So are you saying that governance is not as important as political ambition? That it is okay for you to put an ultimatum to say resign because you're running for an office, but people that have failed, especially Minister for Education, let me just single that one out. That has failed woefully because we can see what the educational state is like in Nigeria.
Absolutely.
Do you understand? We have seen those kind of failures. So it was not okay for you to say, you know what, you're not doing your job, resign. But because you are running for a political office, then resign. I'm perplexed.
Let me step in by giving us a brief intro into this whole fiasco. I think, what is performance basically? Performance is you having that interest to do your task and perform it without any reservation, isn't it?
Performance is
to
excellent.
the best, yes, to the best of your knowledge and your ability. It could be below standard, it could be above standard, but the bottom line is you have performed the task. How did you perform the task is left for others to actually judge you on it. Now, what about ambition? Ambition is the strong desire for you to achieve something, to get something, basically. So what is the desire here? Based on what your premise on what motivated our leaders or our individuals who are vying for the position, it is based on the fact that they have this strong desire to achieve their goals, which isn't to perform a task. It is basically to do what? It is basically to achieve their desire, which is to be the president of the country in whatever capacity they can. Now, in this context, would we say that they've gotten some level of principles or some level of honor or some level of integrity in getting their job done? That is left for the people of Nigeria to answer. That is my intro.
And there was a resignation.
I'm thinking, and when I saw that, I'm asking myself, what is the motive? What is this a strategy because I am more focused on my ambition than on performance? And this is what our politicians, I will probably leave for them to answer, even though I'm not sure the majority of them are willing to answer the question. Because what service? When you talk about public offices, you are appointing people who have a desire to perform for its citizens, isn't it? Absolutely. You are serving the people. But from all of this, let me borrow Isi's language, fiasco that is going on. It is obvious that this is all about ambition. Totally. We have a lot of ambitious politicians. Look at the number of people who came out even after the fee was increased to 100 million. You have people willing to stake and call all their groups of friends and associations who are supporting them and funding them with 100 million for a form, a nomination form.
Not the campaign.
And I haven't seen this level of commitment and drive when it comes to your office, whether as the Minister of Labor or the Minister for Education, we haven't seen you being this passionate. And I'm wondering, government officials, you want to resign. What is the motive behind your resignation? I think it's because you have the ambition to become a president. Maybe somewhere in your dreams or in your, your circle of influence, you've been told that you have what it takes to become the president. And I've yet to see who is asking questions. I think it's only the vice president that I've seen put out some write-up about why he has intentions to lead. He's been in government. He understands the terrain, and he believes that now is the right time for him to come out at this level to serve the people of Nigeria. That is his own statement. I'm yet to see any more statements. But from all of this that is going on, it is obvious that any resignation that is going on presently is not because they have the interests of Nigerians at heart. It is not because they want to change the situation of ASU strike or people that have not been paid for months, or the fuel situation, the fuel crisis that is going on, or the
food insecurity.
The food insecurity, general insecurity in the state, kidnap. Who is saying something about it? Who is doing something about it? When we see what you are doing, and then you say, I think that in this capacity, I can even take it further by becoming your representative in the area of the presidency, then it can make sense to the Nigerian citizen that, yes, we have seen a track record. Yes, we've seen a history that this person means well for the people. But we haven't seen any of that. All we're seeing is resignation so that my political ambition can come to pass.
Hallelujah.
Praise the Lord.
So I took the liberty. My Ebu Omolola, I told her to send me a few resignations that we've seen globally. When you hear government officials resigning abroad, it's a completely different ballgame from Nigeria. So there was one that says the Sri Lanka Prime Minister resigns as government cracks down on protests over economic crisis and gross mismanagement. Yeah. That's one. 4 Russian government officials resign as war-included sanctions bite. Sri Lanka Prime Minister, okay, I think I talked about that one, resigned, including 4 lawmakers. And there's one that struck me. UN, the head of UN agency, resigns as questions arise about loans. So you hear that there is a shady deal going on, some kinds of underground conversations and all of that. And you just see the person say, I'm resigning, I'm all of that. But you see, when this resignation started happening in Nigeria, first of all, I was shocked that they can actually resign. Somebody can actually type a resignation letter in this country. Yeah. It's not possible. It's either you are kicked out or you're not re-elected and all of that. Yeah. But it now got me a lot more worried. So the fact that you haven't performed all these years did not even prick your mind to say, you know what, I think I've failed. This was not what I promised when I was going into this office. So for that singular reason, I want to step back. That did not come up. Every resignation that we're seeing now is because somebody somewhere wants to pursue a political ambition. Some have even refused to resign. Do you understand?
The governor of Ebonyi State, I believe, he had some law case, and he was still, he said he would still be governor in spite of, and he has a pending case in court.
So you see, that's where another thing, that's where I talked about, if you recall what I said earlier, I talked about integrity, honor, and principles. If you do not have the principles, which I think, in quote, that it is questionable in terms of our political class. If you do not have the principle, would you have the interest to actually step down because of the fact that I did not perform, because of the fact that my track record is not speaking for me? integrity also comes to play.
Of course.
It plays a huge
course.
role. And we know that this is totally lacking in the political class.
Mm.
So they cannot be, they wouldn't have that conscience that, oh, I didn't perform my task up to par and I didn't do my job. And let's look at the educational sector, for example. You know, the education sector is
ASUU is on strike.
Is on a total
A
downward
whole
spiral.
minister for education. You are resigning.
Where did
Say
they
you want to go and pursue
Minister for Labour as
yes,
well.
You are resigning that you want to go and pursue what's it called? A political ambition. Labour minister is resigning to pursue a presidential race.
Yes.
People have been on strike. What is the future of any nation? Go and check the educational sector.
Oh, yes.
If you see how good the educational sector is, you would know that, okay, this country has a future. As it stands today, what is our future as a country? Then we are now seeing, I mean, so much resignation, but it's not because I failed at my point, my line of duty.
Yes.
But no, it's because I want to pursue another political. So should we even trust these people
in the first place?
Can we even trust them?
They're telling you that when you've trusted them with little, so when you entrust them with much more,
that with Williams Chambers video.
when you entrust them with much more, they will perform. It is unfortunate, and I'll piggyback off Isi said, because of integrity. Our politicians or leaders lack integrity. First and foremost, when one resigns, like you rightly said, it's because I have failed on the promises that I have said, or the things that I said that I will be able to do within the time frame of my appointment. And where I see that I have failed, then that means I am not worthy to occupy this office or this position. And the honorable thing to do in honorable climes
is to step down.
Is to be able to step down. At least with a sense of, what's the word? And the little dignity that is left of you. You just respect yourself and calm down.
I think there is a lady that.
We like it from all of the theatrics that have been seen. It's obvious that our people have no shame. You know, you say something, and now it makes sense, a whole lot of sense to me. You can't shame the shameless.
You can't, no way.
You cannot shame the shameless. As long as, for the effrontery to step out to say, vote for me as president. When you are given an appointment which you woefully failed to perform your duties in. How would you expect, and I mean, it just still ties back.
That they have performed.
In their minds. Is it not the people that will give you that feedback? How do you give yourself feedback that I have done well? Feedback as a Toastmaster. Feedback, we say, is the breakfast of champions. Yeah. When I give a speech, am I the one going to tell myself that, yes, I did well? No, I have to hear from somebody else because there are what they call blind spots. There are areas that I may not be able to see well, that somebody from where they are, their perspective can see clearer than myself. And they'll be able to tell me, oh, you missed it in here, in A, B, and C.
Absolutely.
But I will finish and I will tell myself, oh, I did an amazing job. And that's it. That my word is final. Then how can we make progress when we cannot, I mean, at this point, I even want to applaud to an extent when Governor Fashola there was this panel that he used to have where even children, people would ask questions. I don't.
Town hall?
Yes, the town hall meeting where people can ask questions. Okay, what are you, as in this area, these are the areas we're having problem. What have you done about it? And then he takes up all of that, and then he goes back to the drawing board. Say, okay, what are we doing? So that by the next town hall meeting, we have
a report.
A report to give the people to say, okay, this is how far we've gone. We are not expecting you to accomplish all of your plans 100%. But like my father would say, be seen to be trying.
On that note, let's take a break. I want to open our phone lines. Please, I want to hear your thoughts on this conversation. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, so if you just tune in, it's our ladies' night out. It should be seen to be tried. And we are discussing government officials. So, should resignation be about ambitions or performance? And please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 803-84663. You can also tweet at us at Wayshow Africa 1 with the hashtag Wayshow. And our phone line is now open. The number to call is 07025007749. That's the number to call. Do ensure, please, turn off the volume of your television set so we can hear ourselves. You know, you see what that writer said when I was introducing the topic, when he talked about distractions, right? Yeah. Even before, see, if you even notice, right, it's 2023 that the election, governance stopped in 2021.
Totally.
Because you see what politicians do, they plan 2 years ahead stretch for the next election. We already know that governance is suffering as it is today. Anything you're doing is almost at a halt because everybody's energy and everything is focused on 2023, the general elections, right? Yeah. Already that is even suffering. Then you now come and crown it with the insult, like it's like pouring salt on an open wound, right? You haven't even done your job. You know, most of the people that are coming out to say they want to run for elective offices, most of them have questions to answer when it comes to the performance. So
they hide under the guise
of their the job that was given to them, their job description, right? And you then wake up and say that it's like you know how it. I don't know how it feels. Like you know that I have failed so well. Then now. So your resignation was not because I didn't do well. Oh. Your resignation is because I want to now go further for another position so that we would elect you.
So what does that
tell
that's
us? Boldness. Oh.
And that's selfishness too.
No, it's boldness.
It's also selfishness.
They will not tell you it's selfish.
Because why is it selfishness? Because it is not about what the people want. It's not about service. It's not about the people. It's all about them. And at the end of the day, like I stated earlier, principles and
so what's the way forward
also comes
while we're talking about this matter? Because you see, even with the people that are current governors of states that are picking up forms to say they want to run for presidency and all of that, that one in itself is an issue because the governance of that state is on hold. A lot of those states are suffering, you know, in terms of governance-wise. Because the truth is, your attention, and that's the truth about politics, your attention is drawn. You have to do a lot of visitations. You have to do a lot of consultations. You have to. So what is happening, you know, to those people that are currently like governors and all of that that say they picked up forms to run for elections? Everything is suffering. So how do we draw? Where do we start to draw this line? And if at all there would be a resignation, right? Where do we as a people start to demand those kinds of resignation?
We as a people. Are we as a people? The question here is, I feel that we need to understand that we as a people, we need to come together and understand the dynamics of governance and our political leaders. Like Dr. We had him on the show. He said that the leaders are our servants. They are supposed to be leading us and serving us at the same time. So we need to understand that they are answerable to us, not the other way around. Where did they get the monies from that they're using? Where did they get the monies from?
Their committee of friends.
Committee of friends, in quote. And another thing we should also take into cognizance is this, that we should be mindful of where I'm losing my trail of thought. But we should be mindful of the fact that these people do not have our interest at heart.
Absolutely.
We should be totally
Their
mindful
actions already say that.
Yes.
Let me take our first caller for the evening, Dr. Adewoye from Adamawa State. Wow. That's a far place. Thank you for calling. You're live. Go ahead.
Yes. Following the trend of this president's directive for the ministers to resign. In the first instance, they're supposed not to even wait for the president to give the directives.
The ultimatum.
they're supposed to know the right thing to do. If they are confident of themselves, they should resign. And then put themselves forward. If they are credible enough, then they'll be put in. And as all of us know, most of these people that are coming up, many of them are not credible. But let's put our hands and see, cross our fingers and see what is going to happen. We hope the best for this country.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Adewale.
We cannot fold our hands.
You're saying he's saying something. I think only very few people had resigned before the president gave that directive, right? Yes. I think I can't remember who and who now, but I knew. Yeah, I knew some had resigned before that directive came. But I'm even saying that, even the president himself. Let's come back to the president, right? As a leader, even if the people, because they say that these guys are not in touch with the citizens, you're not in touch with reality and all of that. But you are feeling, you're feeling the pulse of the people. And, in some sectors, especially education. No, because it is really, really hurting. Education has the capacity.
Really feeling the pulse of the people?
Education has the capacity to transform any human being.
Totally.
Because it is knowledge that eventually gives you the capacity to be able to earn, and become valuable to yourself and to your society, right? So even if nothing, let's focus on two things, healthcare and education. We've seen that there is consistency in the failure of whoever is supposed to be in charge of those ministries. Yeah. You as a president, you did not call for the resignation of those people while they was busy. Now, how many months are we going on for the ASU strike? I think 3 months or something. Yeah. You didn't call for a resignation. But because now they are running for an elective office, like does it not even tell us that we are in a much bigger mess? That you didn't see any reason to ask these people to leave that office so you could put a credible person. But it is because they are running for political office? Maybe I'm the one overthinking this.
But recently, it was in the news too that the son who is representing the president who is asking for 6 months,
that son should just hold his thoughts.
His tenure to be extended
so that
he can fight
so
that he can tackle
Thank you for bringing that call. We are coming back. Let me take youngest old man. Thank you for calling.
Yes, good evening.
Hi, youngest old man.
How are you?
I'm good.
Thank
you.
All right,
that's good. Now we're done, yeah?
Thank you.
You see, I just want to personally tell you some things that you don't understand. This country now cruise, you understand? We're just enjoying the ride. Any, no matter how the driver, bad reach, the destination will be focused on. A country where the leaders of tomorrow have been prepared, while the followers of tomorrow too have been prepared. At least now, if you watch, ASU is on strike. Some people, they somewhere, they are picking the school, and then be the leaders of tomorrow. Those where they're on strike, and then be the followers of tomorrow. No one like incapacitation, I rather they speak the English on the roll call. You see, it pains me a lot when you force people to do the right thing. You understand? I really envy the guy that resigned 3 months ago. Is it since April or something like that, according to the president? I envy his energy, and he knows what he wants. But some people with the critical time that we are in this country, you understand? And somebody is still busy paying 100 million naira to buy form. Why the place you are heading? Let's assume now I'm a blind man and they tell me to go and vote. I will now come and vote somebody that even practically where you are, where you are leading as a leader per se, is having crisis. I don't know what that means. It's just like when your house is on fire, you are going to a neighbor's house to catch rats or something like that. Sometimes it baffles me in this country. I don't even know if at all they are in tune to another TV. They watch another thing, not what we see on daily basis. So these things, it makes me go somehow. And yesterday you guys were talking about Genevieve and so on, and I'm like, in this country, if you are normal, you are not normal. You can't be normal in this country. If you are normal in this country, you are not normal as an individual, because basically a lot of things is even making me go mad in this country. It's things are happening. Look at, okay, you know, they've technically forgotten those Kaduna plane, whatever thing. And the guy in charge that's supposed to even resign is buying form. You understand? So things happen in this country that when I check other countries, I just be like, God, what is your plan for us? Can you just give us a just simple vision of what you have for us in the future, so that people like us will not lose hope?
Thank you so much.
Seriously, this country in a cruise, the thing no sweet at all.
It
is happening, Sha. When I was the one at the trial a bit, and I didn't force my small.
Thank you, youngest old man. You know, youngest old man, they talk about destination. At this rate, will we have a destination when we continue like this, where everybody thinks I can do anything? And, you know,
get away with it.
Get away with it. Because that's basically what you're saying, right? Because you talked about that son that was asking for a 6-month extension for the president so that he could, finish the...
what he hasn't
done for 8 years. So what are the parameters? You know what? Let's even calm down. Is it that our parameters for success, do you understand, or failures, our parameters as for performance, is it that it's so bad? Because some people would resign at the very second or third month when they see that the thing is not working. But let me take Solomon from Abuja, then I'll come back to you ladies. Thank you for calling. Solomon, you're live.
I'm still there.
Go ahead, you're live.
Yeah, Solomon, calling from Abuja.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, you are live. Go ahead, Solomon.
Okay. This issue, they still tell you. Like serious. I'm talking like serious about this ASO strike. Like the other guys are saying, when the students are on strike, the president does not even order those people, like Minister of Education, to resign if it is happening like this. He did not say anything about it, but now that he has put in place on become a president, is the time that he is asking them to resign. Well, I know it's right. He's supposed to tell them to resign, but the next time that he's supposed to ask them to stop, he refused to tell them to ask them to resign. What kind of country we live in, myself?
Thank you.
If I just done like this, it's kind of the thing like that.
Thank you so much, Solomon. Thank you, Solomon. The voice, the feedback is really is a lot. So for me, I don't even know where to go from this, because what are the parameters for performance? What are the parameters for success? How do we say that this particular thing, this person has succeeded in their deliveries? What are their KPIs? What did they call that? No, not KPI. Their job description. Yeah. Maybe if we check what they were given to do, maybe that's exactly what they did in those offices. Because if you want to key performance, indicators, sorry, the KPIs, I was right. KPI, yes. The key performance indicators for each ministry, for instance, what are they, and what is their score points on those? But let me take Michael. I think we have another. Today is today. Michael, you're live. Please go ahead.
I can see that opportunity has been presented for us as Nigerians to decide our fate again. Mm-hmm. We had the opportunity last 8 years, and we actually missed it out. But this time around, another opportunity has been presented. Mm-hmm. So I think everybody should actually, stand up to this reality. Now, what should we do to salvage this situation? Because hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. So to salvage this situation, so that we don't find ourselves in another mess again for the next 4 years. As Nigerians, we have our PVC in our hands to vote the right people that have the pedigree, the clear record, the people of questionable characters who can stand the test of time and understand that governance is about delivering good service to the citizenry, not about embezzling money, not about selfish and personal interest. So these are things that we need to understand. That we have to decide our fate now as Nigerians. A critical issue was raised at the floor of the National Assembly about electronic voting, which will have been a viable platform of preventing electoral malpractice. Which would have been a viable platform of preventing ranking in elections. And that thing died down. That critical issue died down at the floor of the National Assembly. And Nigerians never did anything about it. And we have rights, like there should be a kind of referendum where the citizens can vote to decide a particular issue and say, okay, this is what we want. These people that are there, we put them there. We voted them there. We elected them there. So they're not called representative.
But what are the, so thank you so much. Thank you, Michael. So that's the question I'm asking, that what are the KPIs that we're expecting from these people in their ministries? Because if we do not even know what they are supposed to be doing, how do we then call for their resignation? Because I feel in answering this question, resignation should be based on the fact that you under-delivered.
On your performance.
Do you understand?
If I may add to that, Uwa, we need, I think, education, but not the formal education, maybe even in the formal sector. In the formal setting, we need to educate Nigerians, right? People who know, how much of it are you talking about? In your conversations, how are you educating and enlightening people about their choices, about the politicians or leaders who are aspiring to come up to be their next group of leaders? In the markets, when we're having these conversations, this should be an everyday engagement. I don't know how they picked it out of our education system, where history, we no longer have history where we can tell young people, say, these were people who failed us in the past. These were the things that happened. This was what happened. This and these are the, so that in the future they can ask the right kind of questions. So when we're engaging, it's very important that we begin, and every Nigerian, and this I'm saying to every Nigerian, every conversation that you're having, talk about it. If you know what the right thing is, educate people. There are a lot of people who don't understand these things. They think it's only, oh, when they send them rice and this and that. I was listening, I don't know if I mentioned that, I was listening to a radio station, and they were asking the question, what is your vote worth? And people were saying, oh, if they pay me 500 million now, somebody said 500,000. People were putting, some have said that they've even sold their votes. That's how bad the situation is. But when people understand, it is not just about selling your vote. The implication, when you sell the vote, this is, you are selling the future of generations.
So the question I'm asking is, when should we start to shout to say, you know what, you are not performing? Because you see, the common theatrics in politics in this country is that if a new dispensation comes in now, like tomorrow now, even if it's under the same party that they re-elect the president, you say, it was the past previous administration. They begin to do blame. They use one whole year up to 2 years to be doing blame game. No, it's not damage. Blame game.
Blame game, yeah.
That it was because of this person, this one, you know, and all of that. And because we see this play out all the time. So if we want to start to hold our leaders accountable and want to hold them based on performance, right? How do we even go about it as a people?
I don't know. He made mention of a referendum. Sorry, if I may quickly come in there. I mean, there are these things that they sign up, petitions that they sign up. I think maybe
those things work in this country.
Some of them do. It's how often, how consistent, how persistent are we? It still boils down to education. If people do not know that they have power, as little as signing a petition saying, this is not what we want, and we are able to present it in court to say, number of millions of people have said that enough is enough about this particular situation. But because they do not know, and there's nobody talking about it, then what continues to cry will continue to cry.
You see, let me hear your thoughts.
Mama has said the main thing, which is awareness. Awareness plays a huge role in all of this. If we are not aware of the job description
and the rights that we have as a people,
the KPI of each
political appointee,
as well as we knowing our rights as individuals or as the electorate. Thank you. As electorate, we will continue to make the same mistake. However, we also need to understand this, that we have a government that would stand for us when we stand for ourselves. If we do not stand for ourselves as a people, then they will not listen to us.
Absolutely.
So we need to step up on our
Mama,
game.
you have a comment?
Yes, I do have a comment. It says, good evening, my dear beautiful sisters of what are you saying, ways. Concerning government officials resigning, it should be about performance. Anyone that is ineffective in an office should be advised to resign, whether they like it or not. It should be done with honor and dignity to command respect. Sister Noma said it all. We cannot shame the shameless.
Yes.
Because people think that it has to be them and no one. It is not a do or die affair. Take, for instance, another case of the Minister of Education resigning to pursue his political career. It is wrong. Now, ASU is on strike, which is wrong if the minister is doing his job well. Education and healthcare is very vital. What pains me is that the youths are at home instead of at school. Sister Uwa, nice to see you smile again. I missed it yesterday. My name is Daniel Ilo, Ways Regular Fan. Thank you so much, Daniel.
Okay, so I was just going to say that, you remember there was a bill that was passed in, how did they say that thing, in the House, that
Yes.
Somebody was suggesting that, please, let's ensure that all political appointees and everybody, they make sure that their children school in Nigeria. Where is that
bill
today? They threw it out, you know. So it means that we really don't have, but Isi, you have a final comment, and let's wrap up this conversation.
Okay, just a minute. Let me dig it out. All right, and it says, just a minute. Okay, good evening, ladies. I want to appreciate you all for all your efforts, intriguing topics, and contributions. Concerning today's topic, I think there should be a policy that bans every government officials from contesting any position. You just said it all.
That one no go work. Who is that? That one no go work.
But you know, however,
quickly, we have run out of time.
Yes, it is in the Civil Service Commission that no federal, no official is allowed to actually contest for any kind of political position if you are still in office. So we are supposed to have stepped out before.
All right, thank you so much, ladies. Thank you to everyone that contributed. Now, before we go, ensure you follow us on Instagram at Wayshow Africa, on Twitter at Wayshow Africa 1. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and more importantly, follow all our engagements on social media. If you missed today's quote, here it is again. Some political leaders in the world make big mistakes, but they never resign. Some make a small mistake, but they immediately resign. What makes a political leader to resign or not to resign has something to do with having an honor or not. Okay. Those, I'm trying to find where I stopped. Honor or not. All right. We'll see you tomorrow. At least you read it. Bye.
The Nigerian film industry has continued to gain popularity across the continent and on the global stage. Even with its popularity and growth, it is still to be criticized on many fronts, one of which is that it is a quantity-driven industry as opposed to a quality one. Stakeholders have given certain factors for churning out substandard movies. Some have said budget restrictions, weak plots, repetitive dialogue, and the overwhelming lack of public-private partnership, not leaving out government participation. Since 2010, some positive developments have changed the nature of Nollywood. They include an influx of professional filmmakers, the rise in international festival and cinema tours, international premieres, collaborations with multinational companies, Pan-Africanism and distribution via multiplexes. In this time, a film's release on VCD, DVD began to happen later in its life, effectively disenfranchising Nollywood's traditional mass-market consumer base. The question I am interested in answering are Nollywood's filmmakers becoming more specialized in their art? And was it gentrifying? I use the word metaphorically to explore whether Nollywood increased in grandeur, appeal and acceptance amongst Nigeria's upper class. Hence, leading to fast rise in features of skit makers, brand influencers, and basically anyone with a little bit of fame. And as this become the domino effect, catapulting skit makers and brand influencers into a whole lot of fame.
Put your card number here.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, my dear.
Thank you,
yes,
sir.
Let me send something to you.
Oh, I actually think I remember, sir.
Eh?
Opopo Tomongo.
Yeah!
Yes, sir.
You remember the conference?
Yes, I do.
You will go far.
Yes,
you will go far, my dear.
Well, the Nollywood structure has been of concern to many veterans, and one of them is Saeed Balogun.
I will appeal to the government to give us structure. And the government don't have problem. It is we movie makers. They tend to do riots in the state, carrying placard. It is the National Assembly that should give me a structure. Are they trying to make me powerless? Is it a dictatorship style of ruling? They don't know what to do. The question I ask myself at times is, that honorable that is in charge of culture and code that can give me structure, does he know anything about movies? He's just looking for where to be. He doesn't even know. It is one we have a lot of us that can bring the revolution. About 5 or 6 of us in the assemblies, we can scream, we tell them, God damn you, you know what I'm suffering, you know what I'm going through now, so speak my language. But if you tend to put one honorable man there who was elected, who was probably mechanical engineer or an economist or something, who doesn't even know my pain, we can't get it right. It is the structure. After the structure, yeah, the investors can now smile, because if you invest in me, put money on my table, I mean, there, you want me to put food on my table, put in billions and I give you back millions or thousands, will you come back some other time? No. When the government gets it right, the investors, please, if they are coming, I always tell them, please invest in me, in what I can pay back. I am the president of the Golden Movie Ambassadors of Nigeria. We believe in restructuring, repositioning, and getting everything right. An ambassador means you can represent your country everywhere. That is where professionalism comes in. A lot of people are just coming in from everywhere. We have more than 50 associations, 31 performing. What we're looking for, why can't we be one? A professionalism can come in when you have a strong structure that can guide it.
New talents are essential for growth and encourage new faces into the industry, but proper training is vital for theatre and, of course, film.
Training is critical, but we need to create a platform that gives everybody the opportunity to be trained, and then also we need to look at also some means of internship on productions, take people on and guide them, and show them how to do what you do. If we look at theater itself, it's a massive training ground for talents that will end up even on screen. I think training is important, but then a lot of people learn on the job, which is good. But I think where we would get it right is if production houses, also attempt to train, give basic training to people that are not necessarily trained, that are venturing into the industry. You have actors, there are people that are good, they are not trained actors, but on their own, like you said, skit makers, they didn't go to anywhere, but their skits are so evolved that they have so many people looking forward to see what next they are going to do, and then you see they can hone their skills and use them, but then again, it is a factor of the industry having that capacity to train, having the infrastructure to train. A lot of these people would want to, if the opportunity is there, gain more knowledge on how to do film, how to be better actors or producers or things like that, but then we need to have that platform that gives them that opportunity. That's one. And two, production companies also should look at ways of, even at times, some training do not necessarily have to be formal. They could be informal through internships and things like that. And then skit makers also, at times when they've made so much fame, they are popular, they feel they have arrived. But no, there are certain basics you still need to learn. You know, at times you should learn also to try and hone your skills so you can be better. That you are popular now does not mean you cannot do better things, milking that popularity that you have gained now through the skits you do, which we notice a lot of people don't do. A lot of directors will just allow you to do your thing. I've heard of a set where the director just say, okay, read the line, or yeah, do your thing, you know, but at times you should be able to tell somebody, this is what I want you to do, this is the way I want it to be. That helps with the quality. The next thing I'll look at is casting. You know, people cast for the wrong reason. It is good to cast with the mind that this person is going to draw eyeballs or is popular. Hopefully, the person will help with publicity. It is good. But when you look at certain characters and you know that you need somebody to deliver top-notch performance, and then that character is unique in that way. You know, it's not something you can just cast anybody because of the numbers. And you overlook that fact and you just put someone that cannot deliver on the character because you think the person has got numbers, then that drags the quality of the production.
It is not acceptable for popular faces to just go on and start filming without necessary kinds of training. For us in Actors Guild of Nigeria, it's something we totally abhor and we condemn. So you find out that sometimes before you catch them, they are finished making the film. So we are gradually working with the censors board in Nigeria to see that some of these things are put to a stop. You must have a certain level of qualification. Even if you have graduated from school and you have not done this business before, you still need some kind of elementary approach where you will be given some ideas, instructions on what to do before joining the Nollywood industry. It's not all about I can act, I cannot act. Sometimes you see these popular people, when they come to set to act, they don't know terminologies of the industry. When you tell somebody who is acting and you say, the director says cut, he doesn't know or she doesn't know what cut means, you understand? All of these things are the rudiments of the industry that they needed to go through. But because we're in a country where everything goes, people don't seem to follow rules and regulations, but we are gradually closing in on them.
With the advent of internet, social media, and instant entertainment platforms, many reality TV stars and skit makers have risen to fame. In this part of the world, becoming a top celebrity is either by ad work, persistence, or through reality shows. As we know that the road to fame is a tough one around here, a few of our top Nigerian celebrities credit their prominence to reality shows which have given them the opportunity. One of them is Seyi Awolowo, who didn't see it as a challenge for the Nollywood to cast popular faces in movies, as long as the directors have a sense of direction and vision they hope to achieve in the movie.
Well, I don't see why not. Everybody is entitled to be able to do what it is that they want to do. Only thing is when it becomes constant and if there's a regulatory body involved, if it's a constant thing where they've literally become constant film and they need to be registered, okay, then they can go and do that. But I believe that everybody should have, I don't see any reason why I will not put who I want to put in my own production when I want to put them in my production. I mean, I see that person to fit the role accordingly, to fit the character, Bible properly. So why not I'll bring the person on board? So I don't see anything wrong with it, you know, as such. It just depends on who's creating movie and whose movie it is. Sometimes you want a particular kind of thing, but you're not willing to give. You know, give what you take or take what you give, how to speak. If you're going to be professional to the T. Follow your this thing and not along the line I want to start using or there's a sentiment of, now help us to make it known. If you start a kind of particular kind of way, go all the way down to the end. Professionalism in the industry, I can't say varies from what I say, companies to companies or from different organizations to organizations, how professional they are or their motto or their modus operandum of how they want to handle things. So, you know, that's the thing. for me now, I can just have a laid back working environment where I want everybody wearing shorts and t-shirt and being more laid back, as to probably just someone that wants everybody in a tie. And so it just depends on the modus operandi of that particular organization that is handling the production of whatever movie, or that is handling that particular production for the time being while you are working. If you get what I'm saying.
There are regulatory bodies, but do they really carry out their duties? How do they manage professionalism in the Nollywood industry?
For us, we have a constitution that we're working with, but we're trying to come up with the memorandum of understanding in the industry, whereby even if you are involved in any show or something where you have been elected as maybe highest winner and all of that, you will need to still pass through 1 or 2 trainings and then belong to a group, either as a producer or as an actor, before you are practicing in the industry. Yeah, professionalism, without being political here, every industry needs professionalism. For us in Nollywood, we are grappling with that because the Nollywood industry is the industry that started without entry point and without exit point. And it continued to grow without anybody checking it. Now it has grown beyond bounds that wherever you are coming with discipline, it becomes like it's too difficult to instill discipline among practitioners because there were no laid down rules from beginning. There were no laid down rules from beginning. There were a lot of illiterates. There were a lot of people who didn't go to school. There were a lot of people who didn't see the 4 walls of any school, but because they are talented, they have made it big and they are now in the industry. So it's a Herculean task at this point. So we're calling on people who have been here before in the industry to so come back and say, look, this is getting out of hand. We have to come back to the basis. Let's see where we structure. Every actor, every producer, every director, you must belong to where your people are. Let us begin to see places. We need professionalism so I don't just do things out of proportion.
The Nollywood industry is a growing work in progress, and the Nigerian Film Censors Board needs to enforce the parameters that positively influence the creative processes from writing a screen to post-production. Is this body efficiently empowered to ensure professionalism in Nollywood? Well, hope we find answers soon.
For domestic violence.
Nigeria is witnessing an increase in entrepreneurs, startup companies, and small and micro-scale businesses. Economists say one of the major reasons for this is a problem that has plagued the country: unemployment. Many Nigerians spend several years at home jobless before securing their first jobs or settling for other options. The National Bureau of Statistics puts the country's unemployment rate at 33.3%, the highest on record. Rather than sit at home and complain, more young people are becoming innovative and turning their hobbies into businesses. Olayanwaju sold clothes in his undergraduate days to make extra income. He now does the same thing, but this time around to make a living.
It came as a motivation for me since my university period, because I actually went into selling of NYSC kits, selling all these basic minor clothes. Then after a while, after going to service, it occurred to me that the kind of set of people I roll with, this is what is going on in town. This is the fashion store. This is the brand. And I've been known as Roger Wears. So why is Roger Wears still selling this? Why can't he just move up from this business into the main industry?
Samuel Joy learned to cut hair during her days of unemployment. It's now what she does for a living.
Actually, it hasn't really been easy though, but a lot of challenges ahead of it, and some I've faced though, and it's cool. But I love it being, I was once a tomboy, That's when I learned barbing. And ever since then, I think I've been able to convince people to believe my skills.
Unemployment and poverty also forced Willie to be a barber on the streets of highbrow Victoria Island in Lagos.
When I was growing up, father actually wanted me to do something good. He wanted me to go to school, wanted me to have a good grades in school. Well, you know the system in the country. When after the school stage, you come back, you graduate from school, you still don't have good jobs out there.
On the flip side, unemployment has led to the stagnation of some individuals who find it tough to adapt because of their specializations. Wale Scott, a professional sports broadcaster, lost his job at the peak of his career. His unemployment journey lasted about 7 years. Moving on and getting another job was more difficult than he had imagined it would be.
The Wale Scott, with all that talent, doesn't have a job. But I realized that every office I went to, when I picked myself up, when I get there, the guys who are in my department there are like, I beg, I space no day, because they have job security problems. As in, if this guy comes, he's going to take our job. That was my major reason why I didn't get a job that early. Everybody felt like, it's good. If he comes, he's going to take our job and all that. So I didn't get a job for a long time.
All this doesn't mean there aren't people who still get white-collar jobs. But what factors make some people employable and others unemployable?
As a job seeker, you need to position yourself to get that fresh information. The longer a job opening is out there, the reduced or the more reduced your chances as a job seeker to get shortlisted. So that's the first thing first is the information and the network. Then the next step is actually your own preparedness, which is your documents, your marketing tool, your CV. Anything that will sell you best should come first on your CV or should be prominent on your CV. There are some schools that if you are a graduate of that school, just put it at the bottom of your CV. So if your CV is a 3-pager, let it be maybe like the second to the last item on your CV. There are some schools that you need to put proudly on the first page because those schools are considered to be thorough and rigorous in their processes. So how do you apply? If you're applying to an online portal, fine, you have to upload your CV still. Or you could apply to an email. Usually such vacancies, there's always an email for you to send your email. So when applying, ensure that you're applying properly. And the basic rules are, the subject must be the job title you're applying for. So for instance, if it's an accounting role, the subject should be accountant or accounting opening, something like that.
Everybody's got talent, but are you actually the right talent for that particular role? Then again, what exactly are you prepared? When I mean the right talent, you have the right skills, you have the right qualification, experience. So all this, and also it has to do with your behavioral attributes for the role. So if you have all this, yes, maybe you could actually get qualified for the role. But when you don't have this, it becomes like a misfit for the role. What makes people unemployable is also a determinant of your readiness. Are you available? Are you actually what we want for that role?
At a point in my life, I actually did consider it. And I was back in school. I did consider going into Yahoo Yahoo.
All right, so what changed your mind?
It's something that when I tried to, I felt this adrenaline rush of being scared of being caught, being scared of sitting in jail. It's something that I did try for like a week, not even, it didn't take up to 2 weeks, just a week. And within that week, it's something I understood that, no, this is no way for me. Because, for example, there are a lot of youths that are just like me in the same markets that were into this business. And I've seen a whole lot of them that have bought cars just from this business, that have gotten a house just from this business.
There is no lady that is willing to do something that is illegal. Yeah. It's just due to the, what is it called? The bad economy in our country. Because I see myself as somebody that has really been focused from my childhood. There are some ladies that doesn't have patience. in doing some things they do. That's why you see some runs girls around.
Our Nigerian youths won't try because go easy. At Ibere, kind of primary, from primary to secondary. Secondary, most of them are in university, not graduate. After graduation, on the serve, if you have a year, you will to be serve. So on serve that, most of them want to send the federal, on serve the federal, and on serve the states. Instead to your country, me one, Sibe, on that one le. So I'm out quickly and fashion. Most of them want online business, non she. About one no jansi, our youth not quite in business and say.
So I feel a lot of people actually have this mindset of they want to go into legal ways and make it out of legal ways. So one day they can always say, back then I never had it, but today I have it because I set my mind into this market business and not the other shady business, because no one knows tomorrow.
The problem is not the guys from the outside. It's actually from the inside. You don't get any more respect at home anymore. The wifey doesn't respect you anymore. Your mother, your parents don't respect you anymore. And if you are fortunate that you have siblings who actually have jobs during that period, the parents, people around you tend to actually give the respect to those people, and you lose your respect as the elderly one. So the time I felt I lost was the time that I got into drinking, because people at home expect you to come back and they want to talk to you, they want to insult you, and to forget it, to get a deaf ear to the insult. You get to get drunk, get high, just come home and sleep. Whatever they're saying, you can't hear them. And it's a terrible mental state when you can't bring money out to feed your family. You can't bring money out to take care of the house. The worst part is when you go out in the mornings, early in the mornings to go and look for a job and come back in the evening, your neighbors are wondering, where does he go every day, Seth? As in, when it's time for them to pay for the woman that sweeps the floor, he can't pay. Time to pay for the rent, he can't pay. So where does he go every morning? But you can't stay at home as a man. But you still go out all day, come back at night, no luck. And then nobody at home is understanding that there's no luck, it happens. They're like, why would you have luck?
Most of my friends are already well made. And probably there are times when they will just call me, what's up? Knowing that I'm this kind of person that likes going to parties. I like going out. What's up, Proja? Come on, let's go out. Let's hang out. But due to the fact that I'm jobless and probably have no cash on me, I will just respectfully decline the offer.
Both the private sector and individual have roles to play as far as employment-related issues are concerned. Take the private sectors, for example. Private sectors, or private sector rather, not sectors. The private sector have, they have to help to drive the public sectors in every area where it is failing. I give you a very good example. In the ongoing pandemic, the government of Nigeria has not been able to take to life any vaccine. Not because there are no researchers, not because there are no research institutes, but there were all the factors that go into that space to make it happen. One of it is funding of research. We have to start changing the orientation of people. There is the mentality of quick wealth all around, all over the whole place, which is why a whole lot of young people are involved in Yahoo, in code, and all other things. And when you speak with them, they tell you, oh, it's because there are no jobs. That's why I have to go that way. But in the real sense, there is a due paying process period when people are supposed to commit to a job or a role or a work or a vocation and learn the ropes, become experts.
Everybody has a skill. Yeah. But it's just sacrificing the time and creating the time in making that thing grow in you.
When we talk about vocational trainings, right, I've come, just like you said, not like white collar jobs is not for everyone. I mean, we've come to realize that. At the moment at Jobberman, we are in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. We are upskilling about 5 million, well, the mandate is 5 million young Nigerians over 5 years, right, and place 3 million of them in work. And of the 3 million of them that we are upskilling,
some of the things that have come up is the importance of gig work, the importance of internship. So it's not just having a full-time employment, but having dignified employment, right? And blue-collar jobs also fall under dignified employment. However, because of the country that we're in, a lot of blue-collar jobs are not regarded as dignified, right? So you go anywhere outside the country, so maybe the developed world, and you have like a plumber, you have like a carpenter, and they are regarded and they are respected, right? However, in Nigeria, you have carpenters, you have plumbers, and most times those professions, although not white collar, are not regarded, right? So what we really would love to do is to make these blue collar jobs dignified. And how do we make them dignified? By teaching these people, or teaching people who are going through vocational trainings, the necessary skills that will make them stand out. So yes, white collar jobs are not the only answer when it comes to employment. Blue collar jobs as well are our answer to unemployment.
After all said and done, changing the public perception that white-collar jobs are the only dignified form of labor may just be a start in the eradication of the stigma of unemployment. More people building businesses from their talents, passions, and hobbies.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye. Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Good afternoon. I am Khadijat Balogun with the news update on Plus TV Africa. The United Arab Emirates President Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan has died at 73 on Friday after battling illness for several years. The Ministry of Presidential Affairs condoles the people of the United Arab Emirates and the Islamic world, and also announced the 40 days of mourning with flags at half-mast from Friday, with work suspended in the public and private sector for the first 3 days. Sheikh Khalifa took over as the United Arab Emirates' second president in November 2004, succeeding his father as the 16th ruler of Abu Dhabi, the federation's richest emirate. President Muhammadu Buhari is in a meeting with some of his ministers seeking elective offices in the 2023 general elections. Ministers at the meeting as of the time of filing this report include Rotimi Amechi, Transportation, Chris Ngige, Labour and Employment, Goodwill Akpabio, Niger Delta Affairs, Abubakar Malami, Justice and Attorney General of the Federation. The President, in a circular signed by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, officially written Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Godwin Emefiele, and heads of agencies like the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission, among others seeking to contest the 2023 general elections, to resign on or before Monday. The federal government and the Nigeria Interreligious Council have failed to convince the striking Academic Staff Union of Universities to call off their industrial action during a meeting called by the Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Agbola Gambari, and the Minister of Labour and Employment, Chris Ngige. The meeting, which was also co-chaired by the Sultan of Sokoto, Sahad Abubakar, and the Christian Association of Nigeria's president, Dr. Shukwu Ayokunle, could not persuade the ASU leaders to return to the classrooms while negotiations were ongoing to meet their demands. The federal government and NIREC had attempted to persuade the union to return to the classrooms during the closed-door technical session, promising that their demands would be met. But the ASU leadership reportedly said the government had to meet part of their demands, which they could use in convincing their members to call off the strike. President Muhammadu Buhari has appealed to the ASU to consider the plight of students and call off the ongoing strike. At the 19th National Productivity Day and conferment of the National Productivity Order of Merit Award, the president urged students in public tertiary institutions to be patient as the federal government strives to address the nagging issues and the nation's university system within the ambit of available resources. During the event, President Buhari conferred the 2019-2020 awards on 37 individuals and 11 organizations at the State House.
Mr. President, since the inception of the award in 1991, it has been bestowed on a total of 382 individuals and 97 organizations. Today, 37 individuals and 11 organizations have proved themselves worthy of this award.
It will be difficult to improve our economic performance and overall productivity without improving our educational system. Government notes the emergency situation in our educational system, with particular reference to the dearth of qualified and dedicated teachers to enhance the quality of teaching and learning at all levels of our educational system. To address these challenges and set our country on the path of industrialization where our educational system will produce the needed skills and manpower, this administration has taken measures to motivate teachers, including timely promotion and prompt payment of salaries. And
Now, a coalition of over 80 human rights organizations under the aegis of the Nigerian Civil Society Situation Room has raised the alarm that unresolved issues in the areas of security, economy, transportation, and education may constitute a serious threat to peaceful and credible general election in 2023. The convener of the Situation Room, Ene Hobi, who raised the issues during a press conference held at the headquarters of the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center, said that the situation could also create a tense political atmosphere which could be latched on by disgruntled groups to disrupt the polls. According to her, it was disappointing that there were clear lapses in the areas of security, economy and transportation, and also education in Nigeria that have remained largely unresolved. Now, let's move to political matters. Another female aspirant, Dr. Caro Nwosu, has finally declared her ambition to join the 2023 presidential race under the African Action Congress. Nwosu, who is the president of the Voice for Senior Citizens of Nigeria group, made the declaration at the Symposium Hall of the Nigerian National Merit Award House in Abuja. In her declaration, Nwosu noted that her government would give unalloyed support to the oneness and unity of Nigeria, and therefore committed to building a united, peaceful, and harmonious nation. The National Publicity Secretary of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Debo Olugunagba, has said that the former President Goodluck Jonathan has not resigned as a member of the People's Democratic Party. According to him, the party would not respond to rumors about Jonathan's defection, saying there are no facts to prove such. Olugunagba said questions about the former president's defection speculations should be channeled to him and his ward in Bayelsa State. A federal high court sitting in Port Harcourt has granted bail to a governorship aspirant of the People's Democratic Party in Rivers State, Honorable Farah Dagogo. Justice E. Obile, who granted Dagogo bail in fundamental right action and ex parte application sought by his legal team, ordered the State Commissioner of Police, Friday Eboka, Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of the State Criminal and Investigation Department, Deputy Superintendent of Police, the State Attorney General, and Chief Magistrate Amadina to release Dagogo from police detention and restore his personal liberty. The court also issued an order of interim injunction restraining the respondents, especially the police, the commandant of the government house, DSP Efeturi Irikefe, the fourth respondent, the State Attorney General, and the Chief Magistrate AI Amadina from further instigating, threatening, arresting, and invading the personal liberty of Dagogo. Now to other parts of Africa, the Cameroonian Transport Minister has confirmed the death of all the 11 people on board during a plane crash in a forest in Cameroon on Wednesday. The Minister of Transport, Jean-Ernest Ngali Bibehi, told journalists during a visit to the accident scene that the bodies have been identified and recovered. It was reported that gendarmes in groups of 2 covered in sweat came out of the dense forest with the remains of the victims wrapped in white sheets. Mali's army chief ended a 3-day visit to Rwanda Thursday as the country's visit to strengthen bilateral defense cooperation. Malian General Humar Dihara has concluded a 3-day visit to Rwanda. The chief of the General Staff of the Malian Armed Forces was received by his counterpart, Gen Bosco Kazura, at the Rwandan Defense Forces headquarters in Kigali. A statement by the Rwanda Ministry of Defense read, if bilateral defense collaboration was on the agenda, the discussion between the two men tackled different aspects of cooperation in human resource development, military training, and welfare. And outside Africa, foreign ministers from the G7 group of rich nations aim to give what Germany called a powerful sign of unity as they meet to discuss the war in Ukraine. Fears that the conflict could actually spill over into Moldova and food security concerns. The annual meeting running on to Saturday brings together top diplomats from Britain, Canada, Germany, France, Italy, Japan, and the United States and the European Union to a 400-year-old castle estate in the Baltic Sea resort of Westeros. They will defy Russian attempts to split the world over Ukraine. German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock said ahead of the meeting in a tweet. And in business, the Group General Manager of the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Company Limited, Mele Kyari, has assured federal lawmakers that rehabilitation work is ongoing at the nation's refineries. Mele Kyari said this in Abuja at the investigative hearing on the state of the nation's refineries in the country. Emmanuel Hehijene report is presented from our studio.
Kyari assured that the work is being with the Port Harcourt refineries and that the Kaduna and Warri refineries would be next.
And of course, the only way you can do this is to conduct a full turnaround maintenance. before I took responsibility, we shut down some of them for very obvious technical reasons. First, the refineries, even if they do operate, they will take $100 crude and produce $70 product. And there's no refinery anywhere that works this way. Refinery margins are very thin. And the reasons are very simple because many of the plant facilities and processing units are not operating optimally. And because they are not operating optimally, you degrade value, and at the end of the day, you are better off not operating those plants until you are able to put them back into full and functional work.
The GMD says the corporation understands the scope of work needed to put the refineries to work, which is why it has engaged competent contractors with technical competence. He said banks were also contracted to fund the project to ensure that the lack of funds does not scuttle the process this time around. Members of the committee at this point wanted to know the scope and cost of the rehabilitation.
Now, you are supposed to speak to your presentation, to your document. And this is what we have here. What we have here is just big. There is nothing, no single thing about all the things you said in this your presentation. That's my question, Mr. Chairman. You were supposed to speak to the document presented before us.
The committee, however, gave the GMD a date to come up with the detailed information to the extent of the rehabilitation process so far.
We are again here today as members of the National Assembly and representatives of our people with the constitutional duty to demand accountability from those in positions of authority on behalf of the people and nation Nigeria. The committee therefore provides this opportunity for the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, the Group Managing Director, the operators of refineries and contractors to let us know the problems besetting our refineries.
Recall that the House during plenary debates on the state of the nation's refinery called for in-depth investigations into the nation's comatose refineries, despite being one of the largest producers of fossil oil.
And in sport news, the Miami Heat secured their place in the Eastern Conference Finals after a 99-90 win over the Philadelphia 76ers, gave them a 4-2 playoff series. Jimmy Butler scored 32 points and Max Strus added 20 points and 11 rebounds in the Heat's victory. In the Western Conference, Luka scored 33 points to help the Dallas Mavericks beat the Phoenix Suns 113-86 and tie up their series at 3-3. The decisive Game 7 will take place in Phoenix on Sunday.
Steal by Vincent. It is a steal. He's got Butler, gives it up for the slam. Let's see, that was just a smart call. Butler in transition. Draws the foul. Count the basket. Jimmy Butler got it to go. Plus Embiid. 13-2 run over the last 5 minutes by Miami. Here's Embiid. They double him. He takes the shot, and it's sent right back in his face by Adebayo. Now in transition, Butler. And he was fouled. A steal by Adebayo. And an easy jam coming. Now, for what is the reason? You know, we have no idea. Strus wide open, buries it. Max Strus has 20 points and 10 rebounds.
The lack of points, but the lack of shot opportunities.
And then they give up an easy 2 there to Butler.
Well, they're defeated.
And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Khadijat Balogun. Many thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org.
It's been an unusual year for us all. We've been forced to learn to adapt to the changes that COVID-19 has brought upon us. However the cards may have been dealt to us this year, we have remained resilient. The Afrima Fashion Show stems from the Afrima Award Show, which is the biggest African award show in the diaspora. Every year, we have showcased designers and we bring together people from all over the world. This year, the Afrima Runway is graced by the top 3 African designers who have welcomed the challenge of doing a virtual runway show without any physical audience. Don Murphy, Ese Ezanabo, and lastly, Sai Sanko. Let the show begin.
Hi guys, my name is Sai Sankar and I am a luxury resort wear designer and I make the most amazing and fabulous kaftans and everything that you desire for traveling. I just really love the way women carried themselves back then, you know, the Marilyn Monroes, you know. It was sexy, but there was still glamour to it, you know, and elegance and sophistication. And I feel that's what my designs are about, you know. I've also been inspired just by my continent, the continent of Africa. Growing up in Sierra Leone, it's just this beautiful, bustling colors, you know, it's so vibrant, the marketplaces, you know, Christmas, it's just, everything about it is just so energetic and it's so powerful and colorful and it just makes me really happy. And so no matter what collection I do, it always goes back to that. And so that's why you see all this colorful prints and all these bold colors, you know. I feel women wearing it, it just makes them so extremely happy, you know, and they look absolutely gorgeous in it too.
My name is Ese Grambowski, and I am the designer and owner for Ese Azinabor Atelier. My source of inspiration for my designs, number one, to be honest, comes from God because I go to sleep literally and dream about my designs. And that only has to be from God. So I always give credit to him for that. And of course, my culture is very influenced in my design. I've been designing since I was 8 years old. Even before that, my mom would tell me wild stories of me taking her fabrics and cutting them into pieces and making a dress or a skirt or pants out of her expensive African materials that she had in our home back in Nigeria when I was growing up. And I draw a lot of inspirations from where I've been, and I just try to tie them into modern design mixed with vintage designs, mixed with traditional looks, and just tie it all together in a bowl to create a true Ese Azinabor couture piece.
My name is Daniel Mofo. I'm the founder and designer of Don Morphy, a men's luxury custom suit clothing in Dallas, Texas. Fashion is color. In the past, men were all very scared of, the colors. They were used to the blacks, the grays. But now, if you look at fashion, men wear almost bolder colors than women, You see men in red suits, men in yellow suits, men in pink suits. So for me, fashion is color.
expressive. So when I just wake up and have an idea and I create something out of that idea, it's God showing off. So that's what it is for me.
I've always been a little bit shy, but when it comes to fashion, I will wear anything and I will wear it with confidence. And so for me, that is a way of expressing myself, you know? And I feel it also is the same thing for a lot of women.
African for me means community. It means living together. If you look at Africans, they're all talking about the different countries in Africa. You know, it's all about our community. So for me, Africa means community. It means living together.
Hello and welcome. On this episode on One-on-One today, I'm speaking with a professional with over 18 years experience. His name is Azeez Abida. Now, those who have worked with him say he possesses strong leadership qualities and management skills. He has worked in about 12 industries, including general management, corporate finance, portfolio management, investment banking, private equity and financial advisory. He's the former CEO of IHS Rwanda, one of the top 10 largest companies in Rwanda with an estimate of 50 million annual revenue. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Abida.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your time. My first question to you is, like, you've done all of these things. What are you up to now?
Well, right now I left IHS in September, so I decided to take time to write a book and I consult for a lot of companies now, about 3-4, on structuring themselves for growth and helping them position themselves for funding and the rest. Then also spending some time setting up my foundation to, give back to society as we go. Yeah, so that's more like.
So now that you're in control of your own time, are you busier than when you worked for companies?
Yes. Right now, I can't remember the last time I slept before 3 a.m. I still get my 6 hours daily, but I sleep almost 3 a.m. daily now because you're in control and you just feel like this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this, and then you're juggling. Before it was like one company you're working for. Now you're juggling about 3 companies together to make sure, okay, yes, tomorrow morning we need to go for an investor presentation, make sure this is ready, and things like that. So it's much busy now.
Oh, wow. Okay, so every time we hear this word corporate governance, how do we ensure that companies follow through with it? We only just being another tick box exercise.
I think we are beyond the age of corporate governance being a tick box now. It's now investors, companies are looking for, there are very few companies out there that are not looking for funding. And when you talk about those, when you look at the companies that are looking for funding, investors are very focused on those sort of things. You cannot just come to an investor and he says, okay, if I give you money, how do I ensure it's safe? So those are areas that are really becoming more and more critical. So if you treat it as a tick box now, you'll most likely pay for it really, really big. So corporate governance is extremely important, especially since 2008 when we have this whole financial crisis. And it's been that way since then. So you have US implementing Sarbanes-Oxley and a lot of other policies coming into place to ensure that you can protect stakeholders in a business through corporate governance. So yeah, I don't think any company would ever treat it as a tick box anymore. It would be difficult.
Okay. Well, if you say so, now let's talk about leadership.
Okay.
In Nigeria, everybody goes on about how we have a leadership problem. And every time when we talk about leadership, we look at politicians, we look at government agencies, and we assume that corporate organizations, private-owned companies will do it better. But some of them have leadership challenges. Why?
Well, I would say, I think some of them is a big understatement. There is no way you don't have a leadership challenge, one or the other, whether small or big. It's the degree that varies. So if you go to some of the most advanced companies you have in the world, you would be surprised what you find when you get to their leadership. So, but the important factor to understand about leadership is that everyone is always learning on the job. We treat leaders as if they are these super robot human beings that are just there. They can't make mistakes. They would make mistakes, but they make it in different degrees. And a lot of them realize, they take a step back, and then they go forward again. So, but what differentiates a leader from every other person is actually that bird's eye view, that, okay, even if I'm making a mistake, I still see the impact on everything. And then you just start filling in pieces. So you can't really say that there is no challenge of leadership anywhere. Private organizations have a lot, from controlling politics to controlling employee engagement to making sure everybody is equally treated. It's a lot of problems on the leadership side. So yeah, I don't think it's private organizations have it better scenario.
Well, we all assume they have it better.
I've never assumed that.
Okay, now let's talk also about finding. So this CEO is about to resign. Why is succeeding him always sometimes like a challenge? Why is grooming leaders to succeed people a challenge sometimes?
Well, you can't really know a successor is good until he succeeds. So it's like I always say, if I have you as a staff, you're fantastic at what you do. Then you tell me there's another guy that is behind you. I could tell you, okay, yeah, that guy is there. But the question is, you're going, I know what I get, but I don't know what I'm going to get with the next guy. So it's like an investment. You want to invest in something. Do you know the return? No.
Okay.
So technically, it's a bit difficult to go to the point. So succession planning is always something that would be a problem. So, but what companies are now doing is to make sure that even if we don't know what we're going to get, at least we can pass as much knowledge as possible to the next person. Then you introduce mentors when they take over. Okay, how do you... So like for me, when I was leaving IHS Nigeria to IHS Rwanda, I was director of FP&A for 7 years in Nigeria. Okay. Then I went to Rwanda as CEO. Now, somebody took over after me, and I spent a lot of time saying to the person, okay, how do you need to do this. These are the sort of relationships you need to build. These are the areas you need to go. So that sort of mentorship helps a lot in succession, but it is never risk-free. It's impossible because you still have the ego. You still have a lot of things that comes in place. And then you have the unwillingness of the person that left to give that person the chance to do it. So it's a lot of variables to juggle around. So yeah, it's always going to be a problem.
Is it not possible that beyond, even though of course the leader makes the company, is it not possible to create a system such a way that regardless of the leader, we're able to develop whosoever might want to succeed the CEO or the MD when he's leaving? Is it possible to ingrain it even from when they come, when we take them in as trainees, so ingrain it just before they move up?
Well, yeah, it's possible, but the point is, if you want to test that theory, let's take a country like the US. Most of these guys that are leaders in the US, they go through schools, the best schools in the world, come through one of the best political systems in the world, but do they end up being the best leaders in the world? Not really. You really can't.
Mr. Amida, let's come to our own country.
No, but I'm trying to stay away from.
Why? Because I just also feel like Nigeria. So it's fantastic that you made that analysis. They go to the best schools. Yes, it doesn't always mean the same, but like in the schools, in learning, there's some. They're doing projects, they're doing like different things. But Nigeria is, like we say, man no man has brought this person in, whether he has the capabilities or not, whether he has I don't even really like to look at degrees, because I always say that degrees is not character at the end of the day.
True, I agree with you. And at the same time, I always feel it's a personal journey. What you do as a leader defines a lot about you in terms of what you've... leadership is something that until you take it, you don't really know how much variables are in front of you. You could look at someone that says, this guy is a leader, he's not so great at what he's doing. It's easy, I can tell you. When I became CEO, I forgave every CEO I've ever worked with in my life. Because there is a lot of work, a lot of things you don't normally see. And someone told me once and said, oh, maybe that not something, oh, is that something you think you want to do? I said, that's the best experience in my life. I would do it anytime, any day, because it gives you so much. The pressure is huge. The government wants something, they call you. Your boss wants something from your holding company, they call you. Everyone that wants anything relating to that brand would call your name. So it's a really different ball game.
So how did you balance that?
Well, you need to find a lot of balancing everyday stuff. One, I like to distract myself a lot. I like to take myself away from work significantly. I play games, I go play games with my friends, go watch the game. Just do something that takes me away completely from everything. And I play football as much as possible. I do almost every sport that is available to do. But the aim of that is to ensure that I don't have any reason to pressure myself to the point where I can't function. And that's important, because you could really go hard on everything, and then next thing you find out, boom, you're taking it out on the staff, or you're taking it out on a peer or something. It's really hard to master. So I don't really believe, I believe systems work, but when people take roles, they decide what they do with it significantly. There are controls in place, but they still have a lot of role to play. So that you can't really rule that out, no matter what.
Okay, let's talk about you as a leader. So I'm glad you've talked about. So your leadership style, I don't know, you correct me if I'm wrong, you're the one who has been a CEO here. I feel like there's some people that have there's an innate leadership style that they're born with. And then, along the line, as they begin to work and relate with other people and mentors, it changed. So tell us about yours. What's your leadership style and how has it evolved over the years?
Well, I think one thing that stayed constant all through me being in leadership is that if you want to lead people, you need to remove everything they can worry about outside of you. Now, what am I trying to say? I have staff that will say, if I have a staff and he's worried about taking his kid to school, he can't concentrate. So anything I tell him, he can't do. So for me, my priority anywhere is that my guys that I'm working with, they have to be fine. When I got to Rwanda, I promoted about 35 people who basically some of them have been on roles for 7 years. So it's been because the first thing I could do was to say, it's impossible to tell this guy, go do this for me, when he's worried about how he's going to pay his bills. So you need to understand that everyone has a goal. Everyone wants to send their kid to the best schools in the world. Everyone wants to eat at the best restaurant. So it's not just you. So if you can't make that, I'm not saying just increase salary, boom, and make everything crazy. But the moment I have a budget, this is my budget, this is what I can work with. It is now down to me to say, okay, how can I use this bucket in a way that makes sense to the company and at the same time to the people? So when I was in IHS Nigeria 7 years, and my team was one of the fastest growing teams. Oh, wow. I think I had more managers in my team than a lot of departments had in them. So it was basically, my aim was to say, how do I grow the people? Not just growing them because they're not working. So they can now worry about me because I demand performance. So if it's only me you're worried about, then I can take away the rest. Then at least it's fine. Then I can easily say it's balanced in a way. I'm not saying I'm the perfect leader. There will always be faults everywhere here and there. A staff once told me I should go back to school to learn management. It's fine. It's his view. But to me, it's the way I believe people should be led. Give them a reason to want to follow. Because followership is more of a sacrifice than leadership is. Leadership, yes, is mostly imposed. I won't say imposed is not the right word. It's mostly given. You need to have that opportunity to lead. But to follow is actually a default. So it requires you sacrificing your time to be able to help someone else get his goal up. Okay. So to me, I don't take that for granted at all. So people is extremely important in my leadership style. But every other thing is left to debate. People can tell me, oh, is this, is that. I don't know. But that is a constant.
Okay, let's take a quick break. We'll take a short break. Mr. Amida is still with us, talking about leadership and leadership challenges in a corporate organization. Stay with us.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
Thank you for staying with us on One on One. I still have Azeez Amida with me, and we're talking about leadership and leadership challenges in corporate organizations. Okay, so you've talked about your leadership style. What will you consider as the critical success factors for a leader?
People. You can't do without it. It's we could. I always say if your worry is about targets, most likely you don't have the right people. If your worry is about a lot of things, people would make everything happen. But if you cannot sort that problem out, it's impossible to conceptualize any other problem, because you will spend your days dealing with, maybe you're overpaying one person compared to the other guy. This guy is not happy. This lady here wants to be somewhere else. You spend a lot of time around. There'll be a lot of friction in the organization. So to me, having the right team that could work together, creating that environment that people could say when they wake up in the morning, they don't feel like they are under any pressure to come to work. I once had two staff who got into a very big conflict, and it lasted for a while. And I remember there was a time I was speaking with the manager. One was a manager, and they were like, one reports to the other. So they were, and I said to her, I said, the important factor for me is that at the end of this whole thing, at no point should this lady feel she doesn't want to come to work. So I'm not going to tell you how to run your team, but just know my concern is that she needs to be happy with the job. So if you feel this conflict makes her happy, it's fine. If you feel it doesn't make her happy, then get it resolved. So it's important to understand that those things they're salient, because one tiny problem can basically wreck the entire chain, because what you do affects what the next person does, and it goes on and on and on like that. So if one person is not functioning well, the whole team can't function.
I feel like I should ask you a little questions to that. Like, how do you ensure? Because, leadership, like you said, I really don't envy leaders, because leadership is a lot of work.
Yeah.
You're managing someone's not only personality, whatever self-confidence issues they have about themselves, how they were raised, and all of that. And you have to battle and balance that and ensure that you still get, your results at the end of the day, because...
Yeah. Because what has worked for me, because I think I can read people a lot. For me personally, I could almost tell how to deal with you in 2 minutes after talking to you. I could almost tell, okay, with this person you need to be extremely firm. With this person, be soft. With this person, I used to work in an environment where we shout a lot. And there was this lady that was working with me. I never shouted on her for 6 years.
Oh, wow. How did you do that?
It would be like, okay, how does it? But to me, that's her personality. She works better when you're able to
explain
okay,
to her.
you know what, just take it easy. Go do this. Sometimes you get you get angry and you're like, oh, wow, what's this? But I never really got into that position where I'm like, unlike some other people, and you're going hard at them. But then the other lady is like, she just comes to work and is like, okay. She comes and then you talk to her calmly. People say maybe it's the way she carries herself, but no, that's her personality. She works better when she's understood, when she's allowed to think. And the moment you put her under that sort of pressure, boom. It's we used to crack this joke about this friend of mine that we work in school together. We're in school, and when you go into an exam, and if that guy is thinking, and you call his name, he has failed.
Oh, wow.
He would literally forget everything he wants to write. So everyone in the class would just say, in his exam, just let this guy be. Don't talk to him. Don't do anything. And it works. So your ability, discernment is important in leadership. So these things, they look so small, but they go a long way. People look at you and think, oh, it's just that guy that does it. But no, you're paying attention to all those things because they are extremely important to you being successful.
Interesting. Okay, let's talk about employee behavior, especially in this era of great resignation.
Okay.
How should leaders, handle that? How should companies handle that now? Because it's almost like anybody, if you just resign, they're going into, I was reading a CNN report, and it was talking about how a lot of people, are resigning even from the jobs that are well paid and just, moving on. Was it the pandemic? I don't know. Tell us about it.
Well, it has two sides to it. I can't really confirm or say anything about the theory of the Great Resign, but the point I know is that people would always see things from two different angles. So there is the guys who see a different opportunity to go to. They would resign. They will go because human beings are rational. So it is impossible to see a high return and go for a lower one when all things are the same. So every time you look at them, if a man is making a decision, or a woman is making a decision, they are making it because they see a better opportunity in something else. So when this whole great resign, it becomes, is a person resigning for something worse than what they had? I don't think so. So the same thing would apply. So, and it comes down to what I said earlier. If you can make people believe and have goals, and you can meet their goals on whatever they are doing, they would always feel that joy to come to work daily. But if it's the other way, if I'm stressed every time I come to work, and I know that I'm probably going to lose my life or something else if I don't pay attention, then I'll leave. So you might call it anything, but the real problem is that everyone leaving any opportunity is leaving to what they believe in their mind is a better one. Whether it turns out to be better is a different thing. But as of the time that decision is being made, that's the background.
All right, interesting. Thank you. Let's talk about work cultures. How do we create sustainable work cultures?
Culture. Culture is hard because you build culture from the little things. You build culture over time. You really can't. I've seen people do presentations around building culture, but I don't believe culture is something in Yoruba culture, they say if you want to greet an adult, you bow. If you're younger than someone, you give them a title, basically. Now, how is that relevant? Was that basically a law that was made and say, boom, this is how you relate to this guy? No, we grew up. Oh, I saw this person do it. Then I'm watching. So it's the same way. When in an organization, everyone below anyone is looking at the way you do things. They see you go into a meeting tomorrow, and you're on your phone. Okay, maybe it's good to be on the phone. They see you go into, it's those little things. Culture is actually one of the things you contribute to in the subconscious a lot, compared to any other thing. Processes you can draw on visio. Culture is a conscious effort towards little things to say, okay, as management, we want to do this way. When we go into the meetings, do we want to put our phones on the side so people see us that we do this? So it requires a lot of deliberate effort to make happen. So yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about the pandemic. It's been 2 years, 2022, 2020. Lessons you've taken from the pandemic.
We must be ready to change. There is no one way to achieve any goal. We're glued to the office before now. Yeah. We need to do it from here. If we're not in the office, we're not productive. But then, most of us have found significant productivity from home. Basically, I particularly, working from home has been amazing for me. It's been, I could spend more time with my daughter. I could spend more time with my wife, and at the same time still focus on work. Unlike before, that time is, if I replace the time in traffic in Lagos with the time with family, you could almost double your income. When I used to live in Egbeda, I drive to Marina every day, and I leave the office at 5, get home at 10. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, why am I doing this to myself? You spend 5 hours. So if my hourly rate is, let's say, even if I make 300,000 a month, it means my hourly rate comes down to about, if I'm not mistaken, that's about 800 naira an hour. 800 naira per hour comes down to 5 hours. That's literally 4,000 bucks. If you look at it over a month, you're almost paying your rent. So the question becomes, that time alone, if that guy spent it focusing on what matters, he would produce more for the company. So yeah.
Okay. So for you, Mr. Amida, any regrets, any things that you wish you could have done like differently?
I wish I could have been a bit more. You know, you make how do you call it? You know, this is a very difficult question to answer because regrets are very hard to acknowledge, more or less. But I think I didn't go through my career with a lot of humility, basically. I wish I could have learned humility earlier in life.
Okay.
To say, I learned it the hard way as I grew up, but I wish I could have been, you know, a bit more. If you ask people that work with me early on in my career and people that work with me much later, you'll see a very different divide in the way it works. Maybe some might still have different opinions, but yeah, that's to be more humble, but at the same time, network more, create more relationships. There are a lot of relationships over the years that are basically allowed to, like, okay, you know what, maybe this person is here or there.
Our time is fast spent, but I cannot but help ask this last question. What difference did you notice in working in Rwanda and working in Nigeria? What was the shocking, should I say, difference? Was there like any?
That's like day and night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Nigeria is like brash. We like to get it done now.
Aggressive, yes.
Rwandese they're not confrontational like us. So when there's conflict, they back down. So you need to be able to manage their position a lot. And I always say, in Rwanda, anger is your last resort a lot of times. You need to is at the very end of the line. Nigeria, we get angry at each other. We understand. We just feel it's work. We move on. But when you get angry with the Rwandese, you might not forget it easily. It's not because it's just the way we're built. We're built differently.
I think in the entire continent, Nigerians are aggressive.
I think Nigerians are very aggressive, but a lot of other countries also have that aggression. But because we go into the English line when we communicate, people tend to, like in Rwanda, people are not quiet when they are speaking Kinyarwanda. I think Rwandese are very loud when they're speaking Kinyarwanda. But as loud as Nigerians are. But when you go English, because it's not the comfort zone, it's a bit easier to, back down. But when you see Rwandese talk to Rwandese, you're like, okay, are they fighting? Are they not? It's really different.
Did you pick up on the language while you were there?
Well, the only one I know is that Oya in Lagos means let's go.
Oh.
In Rwanda, it means no.
Oh, really?
Yes. So when you say Oya, just know you're telling the person no. Meanwhile, your plan is to say let's do it.
Let's go. Oh.
So it's one of the areas I found very. But yeah, I learned a bit of Kinyarwanda here and there, but not very good.
Okay, my director to me. One last question: top business priorities or top priorities, leaders, and I think even everyone should look out for in 2022.
I think 2022 will be a very productive year because we've been. It's like a jet engine when it is boosting and it's about to launch. We've been doing this work from home / adjusting to the pandemic for about 2 years now, and it's now time for you to start seeing the benefit of that. People are now getting more and more used to the fact, and now they can produce the best of it. So I think the best things to look out for in 2020 will be huge productivity, if you ask me. I'm not a professor of econometrics that has modeled this out, but I can tell you that from what I know about behavioral science and how people tend to produce, this is a time where businesses will start seeing a lot of drive towards new levels. Well, those that are willing to adapt to it anyway. So, but yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Aziz Amida.
Most welcome.
I still have a lot of questions, but we're out of time.
It's not a problem.
I think I'll ask you behind the scenes. Thank you very much for your time. And that's all we can take on 101 today. I hope you have listened and learned as much as I can. So until I see you again next week, my name is Fumino Ajikwe.
In preparation for 2023 presidential elections, the National Judicial Council has issued a new policy on political and election-related cases to courts. And the People's Democratic Party abandons zoning and throws open the presidential ticket. This is Plus Politics. I'm Mary Anna Cole. The National Judicial Council has issued a new policy direction on the handling of political and election-related cases, as such suits begin to flood Nigerian courts ahead of the 2023 general elections. The new policy issued by the NJC's meeting gives strict rules to politicians on where they should file their political and election-related cases. Announced by the NJC's Information Director, Sojioye, the new policy also contains rules on how heads of courts and judges must handle suits that have been ruled upon by a coordinate jurisdiction. The statement said the NJC issued the new policy to prevent another wave of conflicting decisions from courts of coordinate jurisdiction. The new policy, according to the NJC, takes immediate effect. Well, joining us to discuss this is Jide Ologun. He is a legal practitioner. Thank you so much, Mr. Ologun, for joining us.
Sure.
Great. Let's start by looking at all the things that have happened in the judiciary, of course, with the elections over the years that has led the NJC to this position. I mean, just recently we had two conflicting court orders that made the CJN, of course, come out to say this cannot happen again. But then the question is, even though this has been put out by the NJC, how realistic, how workable is it, and will Nigerians, including the politicians, abide by it?
You know, with the experiences we have had, we expect that this time around, the Judicial Council will proceed to ensure that these laws are enforced, because we cannot outrightly say that before now we don't have rules and regulations that the judges are expected to follow. And the National Judicial Council remains an executive body established by the federal government, in line with the provisions of Section 153, Nigeria Constitution 1999 as amended, to protect the judiciary of Nigeria from the whims and caprices of the executive primarily, and of course by extension to ensure that the judiciary functions in a way that justice is delivered to the people. And like you brilliantly mentioned earlier, we've had instances where you have cross ex parte orders being given by courts of coordinate jurisdiction. And that is what the National Judicial Council is trying to put a stop to now. A very recent example is the fact on the new Electoral Act 2022 as amended, particularly Section 84 subsection 12, that stipulates that political appointees must resign from their offices at least 30 days before the primaries. And somebody now went to court all the way in Abia State, and a judge trying to position this new provision with the provisions of the Constitution declared it null and void, and that it should be expunged from the new amendment. And of course, that may be the position of the law, but when you clearly try to identify that who is a political appointee and who is a civil servant, The Constitution is also clear on that. But interestingly, the appellate court has ruled that that provision contravenes the fundamental human rights as we have in our Constitution, but discountenance the decision of the court in Abia State by virtue of jurisdiction and the fact that the person that went to court does not have a local standard. And we call that, what interest do you have to have gone to court? So you see a situation where we paint the picture of what we call forum shopping, going to a court where you are likely to get favor. And the National Judicial Council is rising up now to say, we will not allow it to continue. If the judiciary is entrusted with the mandate of justice, then justice should not just only be done, but clearly seem to have been done. In the words of Martin Luther King Jr., he said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, and that we are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. So, and whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. So if we allow the justice system to be derailed, definitely the impact will be felt by the society, in the health sector, in the economy, everywhere. Because what Section 15, subsection 5 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended says is that the state shall abolish corrupt practices and abuse of office. So justice must be able to stand tall in our society.
Talking about justice standing tall, I mean, just like I said, in December last year, the NJC had to sanction about 3 High Court judges after issuing conflicting court decisions on political cases with the same subject matter. Now, the councils have also warned various heads of courts to put a stop to such embarrassing conducts of their judges in the various jurisdictions. But my question is, this is the season where we're going to have these suits and counter suits. What are the measures? Because you see, I feel like we in this country have several laws that may have covered almost everything, but we always find a way or look for loopholes. And half the time, they're double standards. What are the measures are there that may be put in place to ensure, like you said, the enforcement or strict adherence to what the council has put out? Because it's okay, it's all fine and dandy to put this out, but what is the assurance that we will not see the same things play out that we've seen year in, year out for the election cycles?
Lovely question. And I think I have partly answered that by saying that these rules need to be enforced by whoever is rolling them out. And brilliantly, the Judicial Council is addressing the issue of jurisdiction. And one of the highlights of these new rules is that any suit that the outcome will likely have an effect or compel persons of actions beyond the territorial jurisdiction of any state must be filed at the High Court or the Federal Territory, Abuja. So that puts a stop to, for the example I just gave, where somebody will rush down to Abia State. And where there is a case within the exclusive jurisdiction of the Federal High Court, the due policy says they shall be filed or received at Abuja and assigned by the Chief Judge of the court. And it further states that all such suits within the course of action that arises in the state and the relief sought or declarations, within the state are within the state's territory with no consequence outside the state, they shall be filed, received, or had only in that to ensure that justice is actually transparent. Because, like all those cross ex-parte decisions that brought embarrassments recently, that led to the sanctioning of some of the judges. We need to prevent all this. But you see, we have laid much emphasis on ex-parte order. But in the words of Justice Rose Bibo, one of the justices in the Supreme Court of Nigeria, he is of the opinion that ex-parte order must remain a part and parcel of our justice system due to its utility, because there are certain conditions that must be met before the grant of the ex-parte order. And in such situation, there is a likely irreparable or serious miscarriage of justice that will result if that order is refused. And what is ex-parte order? An order sought and obtained without putting the other party on notice. You recall that recently the governor of Central Bank rushed to court, asking the court to grant an injunction against INEC and then the Attorney General of the Federation in respect of his intention to declare and obtain nomination form for the presidency of Nigeria. And the Honorable Justice said, no, this is not serious enough. Put the other parties on notice. Let them come and show cause or refuse or allow me to grant the order. So justice is declared to be the umpire in the society. See, the legislative arm will make the laws, the executive arm will execute the law, and the judiciary will interpret. And when the judiciary begins to lose the confidence of the people, it's a very dangerous development. It was Blaise Pascal who said that justice and power must be brought together so that whatever is just may be powerful and whatever is powerful may be just. If not, we'll be creating confusion in our society. That is why we must commend the noble intervention of National Judicial Council in ensuring that we follow the path of honor, trying to adjudicate in the temples of justice.
I want to take you back to some things that the president had mentioned, I think, in his first tenure about, election tribunals. And of course, I remember lots of people argued about the manpower. They talked about personnel, judges to sit on these tribunals. So I'm trying to understand if this is some form of, let's say, a bridge between the election tribunal and the average court system. But again, if this is going to be just in Abuja and subject to states, depending on where the cases are, how fast can these processes be? Again, let's not forget that the majority of the problems that we've had, in fact, the reason why our election calendar is the way it is right now is because of the suits and the counter-suits and the cases of, arising from elections. And so we now have Ekiti and Osun and we have the likes of Anambra in November of 2021. So what is the assurance, again, that this would bridge all of those gaps that have already been, created within the electoral system? Do we see fast tracking of these judgments, or is it just going to even slow it down further, being that the courts in Abuja might be saddled with more and more cases than it's ever been able to handle?
It's a function of efficiency and effectiveness. And we need to look at the macro environment. We have the requisite infrastructure and the superstructure to support effectiveness. And when I talk about infrastructure, you talk about the facilities. Yeah, it's fantastic. When you get to the Supreme Court in Abuja, you'll be glad that you have such facilities in the country. But the story is not the same in many courts. There are courts you get to sometimes there's no electricity. And the judges or magistrates would have to struggle, to sit on these cases. And you talk about the workload. I can let you know that even in the Supreme Court of Nigeria, the courts may be dealing with cases of 2008. So there are various challenges that we can upscale. But what are we making available to support the system? And again, talking about the manpower, can we claim that we have justices and judges and magistrates, who serve in the temple of justice that can fully concentrate on that career, that we not need to combine other businesses with what they do, given the economic situation in the country? So these are some of the several issues that affect us. These are general issues, not just in the judiciary. And that is why sometimes you find out that even members of the National Assembly that should be in the National Assembly making laws for the country are busy running after contracts and running after importation of goods and services to make ends meet in quotes, despite all the huge allowances they collect. So we need to build a system that allows people to focus on what they have been mandated to carry out. You see, and in this age of IT, it should not be a serious burden to dispense justice. I can let you know we have a lot of challenges, I mean, new judges are, brought on board to support the system, and you constitute this tribunal when necessary. But given the fact that for many years we've had a lot of backlogs, then you must be concerned that we need to clean up the space to give room for efficiency and effectiveness. Because I must say that some judges are really working against it. I've been in a court at the time, and I really commend the magistrate who was in Ogba in Lagos here for working under such a very harsh condition. But just because she was diligent, another magistrate would have adjourned all the cases and asked you to come back at another time, because they have that discretion. So those are the issues we have in the country. We need to upscale our environment, our working environment, and the mindset, the attitude to work to ensure that we deliver. And that also brings the time frame into it, knowing that whoever comes to court is in court because justice is desired, you know.
Yeah, because I was going to ask also, because you're saying an upgrade in infrastructure, an upgrade in the working environment, and I'm looking at the time frame. The primaries for the political parties is just around the corner, and before we know it, elections will be here. Is there even enough time for that upscale to happen? Again, do we, and this question is solely for you at your own discretion, do you see the government in a position to do that upscaling, to make sure that it happens? And when I'm talking about the government, I'm talking about those who have been elected, you know, or appointed by Mr. President to oversee the judiciary. Do we see them pushing for those upgrades or the upscaling that you're talking about? And these changes that must be done to fast track and reduce the workload, can it be done within the time that we have before the elections in itself begins?
You know, brilliant question. And I can let you know that in Nigeria, all things are possible. Let me bring the experience we had in the aviation sector recently, when the aviators, you know, even expressed intention to down tools. You saw how quickly the National Assembly, you know, decided to gather to intervene, and a top personality spoke to them, and that was suspended because the high and mighty are afraid to travel by road because of the state of insecurity. So, but that could not be done in the case of ASU. So it's a matter of priority. You see, okay, let me bring another case. The Section 4 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended says that the National Assembly shall make laws for the peace, order, and good governance of Nigeria. And you expect diligence in that. But sometimes it drags on and on and on and on. But right now we have the amendment of the Electoral Act to accommodate statutory delegates. And we can all see the speed at which that law is being amended. So it's a matter of how well it affects them. I can let you know, after all, you've seen how about 4 trillion naira we mobilized to attend to subsidy and things like that. So the interest of the higher mighty and the interest of the general populace.
But you see, the explanation that you gave, or the example that you gave about the aviation sector, that's more urgent and expedient for the politician. But then for some people, it might just be great if, you know, certain things drag out in court and delay the process. So it's a win-win for certain politicians. But I really don't know what would make it urgent for the average politician, other than, you know, maybe them also saying, oh, well, we're shutting down and downing tools. And I'm not sure that we will see that coming from the judiciary anytime soon, will we?
I use that illustration to tell you that if it is important, there will be a way to attend to it. Like they say, if there is a will, there is a way. And let me say this, as a lawyer, I know the enormous discretion that judges have in their courts. You know, I must at this point commend Justice Kanye of the National Industrial Court. You know, we were in that court on a particular day. We started sitting, I think, around 9 a.m. And this justice did not rise until about 6 p.m. And he will tell you, I'm not just here to listen to your cases. I am judged by the number of cases I conclude. So If, for instance, you come with frivolous excuse to waste the time of the court, he is the one that will throw out your excuses and give you a specific time frame. You have to come back to me next week, so day, to come and prove your case. Recall that recently, during the prosecution of Nnamdi Kanu, the law enforcement agents came to court and said they could not bring Nnamdi Kanu to court for logistic reasons. I mean, the judge could have said, what is the logistic? Is it vehicle? Then go to my pool of vehicles, get 2 Hilux vans, get my orderlies, and go and bring him here. So those who are in the temple of justice, they have enormous power to deliver on justice. And that is why sometimes some people suspect that, okay, maybe they are being manipulated. Let me tell you, naturally, with the crop of politicians we have in Nigeria, some of them just want to waste time and throw spanners. But when they realize that the courts will not allow any frivolity, for example, you come to court with a frivolous matter, the judges have the latitude to slam you with heavy damages. They slam you with serious monetary sanction, and then next time you don't think about it. But in a situation where we are even beginning to make laws now, that if a candidate presents fraudulent documents in terms of credentials, it's only another candidate that is contesting that can sue on it. So by some disturbing extensions, we are even trying to water down the dictates of justice. But by and large, if we want seriousness in the judiciary, we can create that seriousness. I've been in court when the judges will say, no, I'm stepping down this case. I will attend to you by 2 p.m. So go and get in touch with your other colleague, and this case must go on. I have 2 more adjournments for you. Don't waste the time of the court. So these are issues. But for some judges who are overwhelmed with different kinds of cases, and some lawyers also will naturally come to waste time, bring in different kinds of applications. But what some judges do is to harmonize everything and say, no, this application is not necessary in this instant case. Prove this or I foreclose your matter. So it's a collective responsibility to ensure that we upscale the respect that is allotted to the judiciary. So it's not just a one-way traffic, but I'm saying that these are all possibilities. They are all possible if we decide to make way for it and make effectiveness the order of the judiciary.
How can the judiciary even, because I think the litmus test in as to if the judiciary has changed its ways or will be serving or will be, as we always say here in Nigeria, the hope of the common person is in these elections and the season. How can the judiciary regain the trust of the average Nigerian, the public? Because we're all looking, many have lost hope in the judiciary. Many have pointed fingers. Many have said that they've sold themselves short, whether it be the bench or, the average lawyer. We've had those concerns over time. Do we see the judiciary trying to right those wrongs in 2023, even as they attend to issues that pertain to the elections? In closing.
The essence of justice is to help us have a sanitized society. And I have said it. You see, in the judiciary environment, we have the bench and the bar. The bench talks about the judges and the magistrates, and the bar, the lawyers. And the bench can regulate the bar. I don't come and waste my time. I just said it, that go this way or I throw your matter out, then you go elsewhere. And one of the new rules now, which is fantastic, is that if there is a decision in a court of ordinary jurisdiction, for example, you got a decision in Lagos High Court, you cannot go to Oyo on the same facts. You can only go and appeal. Some people will go and start afresh, and that is if the judge in Oyo says, no, I've read about this case, I've heard about it in the news. Why are you before my court? I don't have time for you. Go to the Court of Appeal. And the Court of Appeal is ready to attend to it quickly. We move forward. And let me say this. Francis Bacon said, if we do not maintain justice, justice will not maintain us. So we need to create that confidence that yes, we can get justice from the judiciary. And the lawyers also can call themselves to order and say, no, let's help the judiciary to really gain the confidence of the people. And when you have these checks and balances, and you have a very strong and effective National Judicial Council trying to regulate, and they also have a penalty mandate. They can penalize and call people, lawyers to order. Then we find everyone trying to, stand tall in performing their assignments in the temple of justice.
Well, I want to say thank you. Jide Ologun is a legal practitioner. Thank you so much for being part of the conversation. We appreciate it.
Thank you. God bless Nigeria.
All right. We look forward to what comes out of the courts and the judiciary in the coming elections. But thank you all for staying with us. We'll take a short break now. When we come back, we will be discussing the main opposition party abandoning zoning for the 2023 elections. And of course, former President Goodluck Jonathan abandoning the People's Democratic Party for the APC.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Event is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely, by no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
It's still Plus Politics now. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has thrown open its ticket for the 2023 presidential elections. Rising from its 96th National Executive Committee meeting in Abuja, the party said after a very extensive deliberation, the committee aligned with the recommendation of the National Zoning Committee that the presidential election should now be left open. Now, the NEC also added that the party should also work towards a consensus candidate. Now, earlier, the committee led by the Benue State Governor Samuel Ortom had recommended that zoning, even though in the constitution of the party, be jettisoned for the 2023 general elections. Well, joining us to discuss this is Ken Robinson. He is the National Publicity Secretary of PANDEF, and we're also being joined by a political analyst, Dickon Bassi Okon. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you for this opportunity. Good evening to you, Mary Ann, and the crew, and good evening, Nigeria.
All right. Well, I'll start with you, Mr. Robinson, because PANDEF has released a statement on as a result of the PDP's position on zoning. I know that before now, you and I have had a conversation as to what PANDEF, the Middle Belt Forum, and other, groups have made, about the issue of zoning, not just for the PDP, but all political parties. I remember the last one was about the fact that these groups were not going to support any political party that was not picking a candidate from the South. But here we are, the PDP is saying, come one, come all. What is the position of PANDEF on this particular matter, now that the die is cast?
It's quite unfortunate, and as we contained in the statement issued by PANDEF, and we are speaking the same in tandem with the African Referral Group, the Middle Belt leaders, and of course, Ohanaeze Ndigbo. Recall that earlier we had issued a statement after the Outcomes Committee submitted this report. We issued a strong statement. Leaders of these regions issued a strong statement, including Chief P.K. Clark, Chief Ayo Adebanjo, and of course Professor Obi Ozora and Dr. Opogu Britus. We issued a strong statement condemning the recommendations of the Outcomes Committee. And it was understood from information we got that the NEC was going to completely adopt that recommendation. Because months back, there have been feelers, and of course, recall that Governor of Bashu State, Governor Bala Mohammed, had also recommended something similar earlier in 2001. So it is unfortunate, and it's a shame that a party that is built on the principles of equity, fairness, and justice, and whose constitution clearly commits itself to the policy of rotation and zoning in the pursuance of...
Mr. Robinson, are you still there? Mr. Robinson.
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay, we lost you for a second. All right, let me look at what the party chairman had said a few weeks ago. He talked about the fact that the People's Democratic Party would maintain its zoning policy. He said, and I quote, "The PDP has a history of rotating our offices. Anybody who doesn't get it this time should wait after the tenure of whoever will be the next president." But of course, everything has turned and taken a U-turn. This is, like I said in the opening, the governor of Benue State, Governor Ortom, was the first to recommend, apparently, the jettisoning of, zoning in the PDP. What do you think the chances are, or why do you think the PDP has decided to take this route? Being that, again, at some point, the former Senate President, Bukola Saraki, had suggested that the PDP might have to go with a consensus candidate. But if the South is as strong as it should be within the People's Democratic Party and the ticket is being thrown open, shouldn't the South be pushing or pulling its weight to make sure that somebody from their camp, wields that flag at the end of the day? Other than just saying that, if you don't support us, then we don't support you.
Mary Ann, Nigeria is a great country with full of great men and women. No individual should take the country, take Nigerians for granted. What the PDP is doing, the leadership of Professor Ayu, Senator Ayu, from inception till date, a script was handed over to them, and they are playing out that script. It is clear who the target is.
Who do you think? Who gave the script? And I mean, I'd like to know who you think gave the scripts that you think they're playing.
I have just told you what the Bala Mohammed Committee did in 2021, and as far back as December 2021, we have very strong information that this was the direction they were going to go, and we know the persons involved. And so we have issued a strong statement saying that with this decision that the PDP has done, jettison zoning in favor of whatever they call it, merit or whatever. And we have said that merit, everybody, there is no section in Nigeria that is in want of men of character and integrity that are capable to become president of Nigeria. So the PDP, as it were, has simply dug its own grave. And the insinuations that the PDP needs someone from the north. A northern presidential candidate to win election is fallacious because the PDP has won election with Chief Olusegun Obasanjo and Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. These men are not Northerners. They are from southern Nigeria, and they won against Northerners in various elections in 1999, 2003, and 2011. So the contemplation that it is only a northern candidate that can give the PDP victory is misplaced and is just a hallucination. And we are saying that the PDP has dug its grave, and we will mobilize our people with our interest groups across Nigeria, patriotic Nigerians and well-meaning Nigerians. And we are expecting that the All Progressive Congress will take advantage of this callous indiscretion by the PDP to field the candidate of Southern extraction and sustain their legacy as it were, or demonstrate to Nigerians that they are a truly patriotic, nationalistic party that is committed to the unity, peace, and progress of Nigeria.
Okay. Let me go to you, Dikin Bashir-Kon. What's your position on the route that the PDP has decided to take on the presidential ticket, throwing it open for all who are interested?
Well, thank you very much. For me, it's a welcome development. The more urgent thing this season in the next elections is to afford Nigerians the opportunity of having a new party in government. That is a more urgent need because presently we are in dire straits as a nation, as a people. The economy is insecure. I mean, you can't lay your hand on anything that is functioning or that is working under the present administration. So for me, whatever strategy that the PDP has found best to be able to bounce back to power, it's a welcome idea. I welcome it in its entirety. I want the ticket thrown open, but let the strongest man, let the best man take it. That best man, I'm sure, will be the one to, with the best capacity.
Now, but when we talk about best man or may the best man win within political parties, you and I understand that it's not just about what he has upstairs or his blueprint. It goes beyond that. It goes as far as financial might and how he's able to convince the delegates. So we may end up, or could we end up with someone who's not necessarily what we want in Nigeria today? Mr. Kon, can you hear me? I think we have some connection issues with you.
I think that's well at all.
Okay, I'm going to ask the question again. You talked about the best man winning, and I'm saying when we're talking about inter-party politics and whatever route it might go, whether it's direct or indirect primaries, and if it's a delegate issue, it comes down to who wields the more financial power and who's able to get more delegates. But then does that boil down to the best man? And when we're talking about the best, we're saying someone who can really steer the ship of this country in the right direction. So really, should we be doing that?
Yes, it will throw up the best man, whether direct or indirect. I believe that the delegates are Nigerians. What I feel is what they feel. What you feel is also what they feel as far as the situation in this country is concerned. So I believe strongly that the delegates of the PDP, they will be out to pick the man that will be able to give us a new country, so to speak. Within 100 days, we should see a trajectory of victory for the people, of success. We should be able to have success stories within 100 days, of the next man that will sit on that on the position of the president. So let's not look at the process or the processes that will meet.
But the processes do matter. Don't the processes matter? Because we see it happen, and it's not just in the PDP, it's the Nigerian way of politicking. The deepest pockets, and the man who's able to get more delegates might end up being the flag bearer. But does that boil down to him being capable of doing the job? That's my question. I'm asking it again.
Processes are important. They matter so much. But my conviction is that because we are in dire straits and we are all feeling this, the bad economy, the problem of insecurity, collapsed education system, dwindling value of the naira, we are all in this boat together as a people. Delegates are Nigerians. They are our brothers and our sisters. They will do their best to ensure that the person who is best prepared, the best of the season, actually gets the ticket.
I just want to take I want to take your mind back. I'm so sorry to speak over you. I will let you speak, but I want to take your minds back to 2015.
The pros and cons of the...
I'm sorry, Mr. Koning, can you hear me? I want to take your mind back to 2015. Nigerians were right exactly where we are today, in dire straits. We wanted anybody else but the president that we had. And here we are in 2022. Same situation, maybe even worse. And we're also saying, oh, and you are actually saying, we're in dire straits, so we need somebody to save us. So must we make the same mistakes? Because it's sounding like it, it's looking like it, it's barking like it, and I'm really wondering if we're about to make that same mistake. Anybody else but who we have sitting in that position. Can you hear me? Oh, I think that we're having connection problems with you. I'm going to throw the same question back to Mr. Robinson. Mr. Robinson, can you hear me? Would you be able to attempt that question? Because I don't think we can hear Mr. Okon.
I won't try to attempt that question because the issue for us in Pandef and the southern Nigeria is about not particularly who becomes the next president. The next president should come from southern Nigeria. Let us restate the fact that the presidency of Nigeria is not the presidency of the party. And therefore, President Muhammadu Buhari would have spent 8 statutory years in office by 2023. So the next president of Nigeria should come from southern Nigeria. That's the point we're making. Regarding the comments that were made by Mr. Okon concerning the best person and new country, we cannot have a new country based on inconsistency and dishonesty. We cannot have a new country where people don't respect protocols and arrangements that have sustained the oneness of this country. Zoning and rotation of offices is a panacea for crisis in Nigeria. It has brought about maintain some level of sanity in our politics. And thinking that it is always a particular person. Let us not deceive ourselves. What is going on in PDP is shameful, and I hope that Nigerians will be firm and strong enough to say, look, enough of this, and decide for themselves who should be the next president of Nigeria.
But Senator Ayu has said that. But Senator Ayu has said that anybody who doesn't get it this time, that he's all about fair play. He's all about fairness for. I mean, if you think that the Souths should be the ones getting the ticket, then let all the Southerners come and show, if they're able to win the votes. And he's saying that if you don't get it this time, then you wait for another tenure where you'd be able to get it.
That is insulting, with due respect to Mr. Party Chairman. That's the man who has been in PDP and has enjoyed offices because of zoning. In fact, the office he occupies now is on the basis of zoning, and it's surprising that he could make such statements. And with due respect to him, it's unacceptable. When we had 12 Northern aspirants in 2018, did anybody tell anybody to wait till 2023? Nobody. People decided that we should go that way, and all the aspirants were from the North. And most of them are running now again. The presidency of Nigeria is not anybody's best fight. Nobody is destined to occupy that office alone. We are 200 and something million Nigerians, and about 50 million Nigerians are adults who are able to preside over Nigeria and direct the affairs of this country. So it's not anybody's birthright, and nobody should arrogate himself the right to be president and continue to violate callously and carelessly violate rules and protocols that have been established in the interest of Nigeria. So we will continue to insist that the presidency of Nigeria must rotate to southern Nigeria, and we are using this opportunity again, advise the APC to take advantage of this callous indiscretion by the PDP and demonstrate to Nigerians that it respects and it is committed to equity, fairness, and justice by ensuring that a Southerner emerges as the party's presidential candidate for the 2023 elections.
I think the case that, and I'm not in any way speaking on behalf of the People's Democratic Party or Senator Ayu in the first instance, but he keeps making a case, saying that all they're interested in right now is to save Nigeria, to take the country from the opposition. And he has added that the party will be at liberty to rotate the party ticket as it wishes after it returns to power. In other words, they will be honoring the zoning formula after 2023. Does that give you any form of... How can you save Nigeria on inconsistency? I ask again. How can you save Nigeria when you're trying to shift the goalposts in the middle of the game? That's what PDP is doing. There is a zoning arrangement. The presidency of Nigeria is the presidency of Nigeria. President Muhammadu Buhari comes from a certain part of the country. And it is unthinkable that anyone will think that we will welcome another Northern for another 8 years or 4 years or 8 years or thereabouts in this country. In a diverse and complex country like Nigeria, we must restate that it is the even sharing of power that brings about cohesion and harmony and unity and progress. And when you begin to violate processes like that, what you're asking is that anybody can do whatever he likes. And it's not good for Nigeria. I'll ask a quick question before I go back to Mr. Basiokon. What should Nigerians be prioritizing, and Nigerians including you, PANDEF, and every other forum that's out there in 2023? Is it zoning, or is it a president that's capable to take us out of the doldrums? And I'm not in any way asking this question on behalf of the People's Democratic Party, but I'm asking you as a Nigerian, what should be our priority?
Let me answer you by saying that the basis of crisis in any country, in any society, in organization, is poor management of interest. What the PDP is doing now is poor management of interest. And we cannot treat symptoms. The symptoms of the economy, of insecurity, banditry, those are symptoms. Or the unknown gunmen in certain parts of the country. Those are symptoms. What are the causes? It's disaffection, it's disillusion, it's lack of hope. For instance, you can't, there is nothing you can give to me to induce me to go and kill someone or to go and commit some sort of crime or kidnap or something like that. Because I have hope, I have believed in this country, I have believed in myself, I have believed that there is a future for me as a person, as a group of persons that I represent. And so it's difficult to find me in some kind of situation. But we have people in this country who have lost hope, who are completely disaffected, who feel alienated, who don't think that there's anything for them in this country, who even don't think that they belong to this country because of the way things are done. And that is what PDP is doing. We must learn to give a sense of belonging to every section and every sector of this country. Until we begin to treat the main issues and the fundamental issues, we'll be continuing to treat the symptoms, and we see these situations repeat itself. So it's the interest of Nigeria. It's the national interest of Nigeria. It's not parochial interest. It's not the interest of some rapacious politicians or a certain group of people. It should be the interest of the generality of Nigerians as a country. And those interests include security, of course, includes the economy, but most importantly, the feeling that we are one people. The feeling of love, the feeling of that I belong to this country and I want to contribute to the progress, the unity, the stability of this country. That is what is lacking. And what the PDP is doing now is aggravating that sense of exclusion that some persons have over the years perceived that is what is happening in Nigeria. Some people believe that this country is their country, is what they like that will happen, and what other persons feel does not matter. And that arrogance must stop for us to have a country that belongs to all of us.
Well, I want to say thank you to you. Mr. Ken Robinson is of PANDEF, and Dickon Basiakone is a political analyst. Unfortunately, we lost that connection with him. But thank you, Mr. Robinson, for being part of this conversation.
Thank you so much, as always, for this opportunity.
All right.
PANDEF, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you all for staying with us, and that's all for tonight. I'm Mary Anna Cohn. Plus Politics returns tomorrow. As we wrap up on the week, we'll still be talking for development. Have a good night.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam, you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Nelly Uzonna Edith Uchendu was born in 1950 in Imuchu, in Aguata local government area of Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. She was a Nigerian singer, composer, and actress. Nelly started singing at an early age. She later joined Professor Sonny Oti's music group, under where her talent flourished. Her music career shot to limelight in 1976 when Humsey Sound released her debut LP composition, Love Wantinti. Thereafter, hits like Waka, Akabueze, and Mama Hauser further established her place in the Nigerian music industry. She traversed genres, including Igbo highlife, pop, and gospel music. She died on 12th of April 2005 in a hospital in Enugu State, Nigeria, after a reported cancer-related illness. She was aged 55. Salawa Abeni was born on May 5, 1961. She hails from Ekpe, division of Lagos State, southwest Nigeria. At the young age of 8, Salawa found her niche in Waka music. Waka music is an Islamic-oriented Yoruba musical genre. It was popularized by Alhaja Batile Alake, in whose worthy steps Salawa Abeni dutifully followed. She was crowned Queen of Waka music by the Alafin of Oyo, Oba Lamidi Adeyemi, in 1992. Her debut album, titled Late General Murtala Ramat Mohammed, in 1976, was released on the Leader Records label. It became the first recording by a female Yoruba artist to sell over 1 million albums in Nigeria. Her music is a combination of talking drums, conga, saxophone, and keyboards, amongst other instruments. She has performed in and outside the country and has released up to 12 albums during her music career. Christy Uduak Essien Igbokwe was born on 11th of November 1960 in Okat Ona, Akwa Ibom State. She was a celebrated Nigerian musician and actress. Christy was 12 years old when her mother died. Her mother's friend in Aba, Abia State, took her in. She encouraged Christy to develop her singing. She even bought her a second-hand cassette recorder to tape her songs. With time, Christy became known as Nigeria's Lady of Songs. Her greatest hits include Sheon Rere, Tete Nla, Ife, Hear the Call, and Give Me a Chance. She was the first female president of the Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN, and the chairwoman and managing director of Soul Train Entertainment. She was fluent in many Nigerian languages, including Igbo, Ibibio, Efik, Hausa, Yoruba, and English. This made it easy for her to cross tribal limitations by singing in any language she desired. Her epic Shorere broke all language barriers. Whilst Akwa Ibom's meme is regarded as the unofficial anthem of Akwa Ibom State, such was her impact across the country that whatever language she used, her message evoked emotion and reflection. Onyeka Onwenu was born on the 31st of January 1952 in a small town in Imo State, but she grew up in Port Harcourt. She's a singer, a songwriter, actress, activist, journalist, and politician. The Nigerian press nicknamed her the Elegant Stallion. She released her debut album, From the Love of You, in 1981 while working with the Nigerian Television Authority. The album featured an orchestral cover of Johnny Nash's Hold Me Tight. Her second album, Endless Life, was produced by Sonny Okosun. Both were released on the EMI Records.
One love set you free. One love keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle just staying alive. One love.
Originally a secular artist, Onwenu made the transition to gospel music in the 90s, and most of her songs are self-penned. She describes her music as African pop. This consists of highlife, Afrobeat, blues, jazz, Igbo spiritual, and even juju, a typical Yoruba beat. She continues to write and sing about issues like health, HIV, peace, mutual coexistence, respect for human rights, the plight of children, as well as pride in oneself.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
My leg represents my hand, you know. God is a miracle worker, and nobody's useless. It's only when you want to make yourself a useless person. God sees that I cannot make use of the hand, so He gave me the opportunity to be making use of the leg. My name is Tomaunu. I'm an artist, a landscape painter. I'm from the other state. I love colors a lot. I love playing with colors. My painting mostly based on landscape painting. So since I love colors, I will just think how to mix the colors together to bring out the stuff that I have in mind.
Oftentimes in Nigeria, people with any form of disability are most of the time treated with a certain level of compassion, maybe love, and sometimes pity. Today, I meet Toma, differently abled person, and she shares her story of strength, of courage and resilience with me.
My leg represents my hand, you know. This thing that I believe that God do. God is a miracle worker, and nobody's useless. It's only when you want to make yourself a useless person. God sees that I cannot make use of the hand, so He gave me the opportunity to be making use of the leg. So I use the leg to feed myself. I use it to operate my phone. I use it to do so many things that I can do.
Toma is not defined by her situation, but fiercely and graciously uses her gift to express herself.
Painting is just like my voice. Majority of my painting is just expressing yourself through colors, just appreciating the nature. So.
This is her work. She used this leg to paint, but she didn't use the hand. I'm telling mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run gidi gan pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ mi gan tó ń lo ọwọ́ gan tó máa bẹ́ tàwọn times 100 kò kí ń ṣọ̀lẹ bó dẹ̀ ṣe kò kí ń ṣọ̀lẹ kò dẹ̀ kí ń ṣọmọ tó yẹ pé bó ṣe wọ́n máa ń rí iṣẹ́ ó máa ń sá sẹ́yìn kò kí ń fi iṣẹ́ ṣeré bó ṣe wà yìí iṣẹ́ kò kí ń fi ṣeré ó tẹ́ lọ́rùn kó ná last kobo lórí iṣẹ́ yẹn tó bá ná last kobo lórí iṣẹ́ yẹn á fi iṣẹ́ yẹn á fi pè owó jáde.
God has given her a kind of knowledge that is beyond human understanding. Despite that she cannot make use of her hand to write and paint, but she can use her leg to paint very well. And by the time she has finished the painting, people just be looking at her that she see the one that has done it. Even majority normally argue, especially the visitor, that they don't normally believe that she's the one until when she started doing it in their presence. That's the time they put it. And people that used to come here, they normally appreciate her by try as much as possible to buy some of her painting.
If you look at so many of my painting, it's based on nature. Why I say so is that, you know, God is the greatest artist, and everything He did is perfect. And if you look at the sky day by day, you think there's so many beauty.
But just how did Toma discover this giftedness of hers?
Actually, it was a friend of mine that bring out the gift in me. She saw me feeding the children with my leg. So she said, we can do something better than feeding the children with my leg. So she was the one that God used for me.
With the help of an assistant assembling her painting tools, Toma demonstrates her painting skills while sharing the emotions and relief painting brings to her.
Sometimes I don't believe that I was the one that did it. It's a little bit difficult for me to believe that the works are done by me. My own painting gets me an assurance that I can still give back to society. Why I say so is that, you know, when I was still much younger, I thought I thought I'm not useful. Let me use it, because I could not use the art and every other thing. So I was just like thinking that, how are you going to do this?
Toma shares her challenges, not focusing on it as a stumbling block, but she sets the tone on the positive as she reveals the hurdles of her life's journey.
According to a proverb that said, no pain, no gain about life. Life is full of challenges, and the